that playing music? Is there a second thing? Oh, wait a second. I think that there was a second bit of music playing. Let me double check. I'm going to try. Yeah, I'm sorry, you guys. Let me see. I'm going to turn on I thought that this had no music on it, but I think that I accidentally turned on another source. Oops. Let me unhide that source. Yeah. That's probably, that might actually be muted. That's weird because I couldn't hear it because I guess I wasn't I wasn't listening to it. That's weird. Okay, so that would active sources only. No. Okay, I think I know what that is. That I know what that music was too. It's just I just didn't mean to turn it on. No, not mono. I want to turn it off. How do I turn music completely off on this thing? Monitor off. I want it to be off, period. Oh no. I'm sorry that it was noisy. It was noisy. How's everybody doing? Hi there. We're going to do some gas station. We're going to work at the gas station. Let me see. Can I just -30? Is that enough? Will that kill it? What about now? Can you hear it? Could you hear that? Whenever I turn on the screen, it might play music. Let me see. What? Everybody just has to mute their music. No worries. You can imagine what I would say. I mean, honestly, it was really low. Dang it. I can't believe that it kept the music on it. I just wanted the GIF. Let me see. Yeah. Screw that. Forget that then. Never mind. No. Okay. There we go. No little corner cutie. No corner cutie today. I'll work on it. Oi, Ivy raises a drink and cheers to the stream. Hello, friends. How are you doing, Ivy Rose? Raising your glass up. Aye. I raise my glass to you as well, Ivy Rose. I hope you enjoy your drink. We can hear it, but it was tiny. Oi, Kim in. What's up, Kim? How are you doing? Hi there, Di. Everybody just mute their streams. You know what the Earl always says. Kim in, I'm so sorry if you've actually heard people that have a proper accent. I apologize. I'll stop right now. Asuka, what's up? Ego, how are you doing? Oi. JT, what's up, my friend? Oi. Beowulf, how are you doing? Johnny, what's up? Oi. Music is loud. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. Mistakes were made, but it's all right. I was just playing with something in the corner, but now I'm gonna leave it alone. You hope that my headache got better? Aw, Shiny, you're so sweet. I felt a lot better. Yes, I got some sleep, and I woke up and I'm feeling good. Everybody be playing Gas Station Simulator? Well, it's a fun game. No, that's back. It's back. Okay, hang on. I've got an idea. I'm just gonna replace it with a different thing. Sorry about the loud music. It probably just popped up again, didn't it? I'm just gonna have to replace this file with something else. Because, KMN, you're suggesting some anime for me? Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I heard that Erased was pretty good. Okay. I'm gonna just switch this with another image just in case that it pops up. I made a mistake. I made a minor mistake. I switched a file that I shouldn't have messed with. Whoopsie. The Earl broke his stream. Okay, I'm gonna turn on. No, we can't do. These have music in them too. Let me see. Could do a Pepe dance. Where is the bean? Oh, there he is, over there. Let me see. There we go. There's the little lad. Yeah. Okay, this is the new image. That's the new image for today. I hope that you feel better. Nah, don't worry about me. I'm fine. Don't worry. Don't worry about me. I'll be just fine. The berries and cream. Look at the little dancing boy. Look at him go. He's going, oh boy. I can't wait to go to the gas station. Hooray. But yeah, Summer Wind Snap. It's a pretty fun game. And I thought that it'd be fun for today, for a little streamy stream. I didn't know what to play today. I'm not sure. My head is all a tizzy. My head is all over the place. I snagged a PS5 today. And now my brain is fried. I can't believe that I got one. And now that I have one, I'm like, I don't know what to do. And I've been playing a little bit of Overwatch recently, and I don't want to play that on stream but it's making me confused. Yes, I got a PS5 for a good price too, like the normal price. I bought it from like a reputable game service, so it was not a scalped purchase. I was the one that got it. Your dog is sleeping next to you. Oh, that's cute. That's cute. What type of dog do you have, KMN? But your bones, son, your bones. Your what? Hello, son. I hope that you've been drinking your milk and eating your veggies. You need to care for those bones. Make sure that you drink all of the milk and eat all of your veg. Otherwise, your bones will be so skinny and they will snap so easily. You must be very careful. You saw on Discord you're happy for me? Oh, wow. Yes, it'll be exciting. And we can play PS5 games now. Hooray! Now we can get away with playing all of the new games, the brand new games that come out. I would have played Kenna on it so that it would be extra smooth, but we'll have to see. You have a Staffordshire Bull Terrier. Oh my gosh, I don't know what this dog looks like. I'm googling it. Staffordshire Bull Terrier dog. Aw, it's cute. It's a cute dog. I like it. Well, if it isn't my favorite skin bag. Well. Who's this? A-Star. A-Star's been posting some images on the Discord. Interesting. What did it say? Did it say that in October darkness will fall? I don't know. How dare you talk to your real father like that? Go to your room without supper. How dare you? I told you, Die. No reprimanding your children on stream. I said no reprimanding them on stream. I am the only one that you're allowed to treat like a child. How dare you? Also, the raddest squirrel. What's up? How are you doing? A-Star, I hope you're doing good, my friend. Huzzah! I say, we're almost October. We're almost there, you guys. It's almost time to get spooky. Yeah, spooky time. Oh, snap. A-Star, thank you for the gifted sub for Kim the I don't know. What the heck? What the heck? A-Star, thank you very much. Yeah, boy. They have given 68 gifts what the heck? How are you doing, Oops, the mediocre pigeon? How are you doing? Hello, friends. Oops, I hope you've been well. Hooray! What has been blessing me with so much Oops presents recently? Oops, have you been bored? I'm so glad that you're bored. A Random Mouse, how are you doing? Welcome to the chat. Hello. Hello, mediocre pigeon. Oi. Are you ready to do some gas station shenanigans? I'm never bored when I'm here. Oh, what? Oops, that's not what I said. I can't wait to meet you in San Diego, okay? It's a date. San Diego at next year. At next year, San Diego. All right, it's a deal. It's a deal. Yeah. Let's go. Come on. I saw that one of your titles was like, it was something like, I'm trying to remember what the word is. It's, it was like, not interviews, but it was something like interviews. It was submit your resumes to be roomies at TwitchCon or something. I can't remember. Hey, thank you so much for the gifted sub in there, A-Star. I appreciate it. Holy cow, it's raining hard. I saw it. You saw it and didn't apply. I thought that my application would have already been accepted. What do you... Wait a second. Are you telling me that you didn't immediately think of me, Oops? I can't believe that I have to submit it. I thought that we were better friends than that. And also, what's up? What's up? Not Kim. Kim is here. What is up to Kim? And also, what is up to Anne? How are you doing? Oi, how are you doing? Uh-oh, somebody's in trouble. Somebody did not do their due diligence. Oops, I've told you 1,000 times. I'm always down to dish. I'm always down to dish, darling. I'm gonna turn off the music in this game because I don't care about no dang old gas station music. There's gonna be no gas station music at my gas station. There's a gas station for sale, but we've already bought it. I'm in the UK now, and they have a shortage of gas tank drivers for gas stations. So gas stations in England have run out of petrol and diesel. People are brawling for the remains of the oil. Oh no, there was something like that in Texas a couple years ago, where there was some sort of a hurricane, and there was like, people were scared that the gas wouldn't make it up north, that it would be stuck in Houston, but it was all a farce. It wasn't even true. But yeah, people were like stockpiling on all their gas. Oh boy, they were stockpiling. You got lunar coins for our next run. Hey, Johnny, sweet. We can play some Risk of Rain, my friend. Sounds good. Tayaki-san, how are you doing? Tayaki! Oi, oi, oi. We're going to be wrestling up, trying to make a little bit of money at our gas station. We're going to be simulating real gas station. I'm going to be talking like a real gas station owner, and we're going to be doing our best to take care of our... hang on, let me close this door. Let me close this door. Hi there, Calico Doodle. Hey. Callie! Calico! Hello! Calico, I hope you're doing good. What was I gonna say? Oh yes! I think that I heard somewhere that Mario Party is gonna be online multiplayer. Is this true? If it is online multiplayer, then yes, that would be a game that I would play with some friends. That's the other Callie! Hey, it's the 70s again! I know, did you see my hair? Did you see my hair? Let me see, do I still have my Zoom working? You see? 70s again? Are the 70s back? Look at me. Oh, it already had that update. What? Now that Calico's here, now it's really a party. Oh yeah! It's a pretty sweet throwback hairstyle, I gotta say. I can't wait for it to get longer, but it's yeah, it's pretty long right now. I just need to get myself like a really nice leather jacket and look pretty sweet. All the floof and a mustache too. But I meant the gas shortage. It's the 70s again. There's no gas station. There's no gas. Oh my gosh, who's this guy? Is this my uncle? Is this Uncle Steve? Oh my gosh. He's got his dust bowl bear. You guys, if y'all want to pick up, it says it may take a while. If y'all want to pick up your gas station bear, you need only ask, okay? Apparently you need 2 qualifications to drive a gas tank around and hauling dangerous chemicals. Yeah, it's true. To drive different stuff on the road, you have to have like a bunch of different licenses. In fact, there's some licenses that you get to drive big rigs. And if you get them, I think that they're commercial driver's license. Commercial drivers. So CDLs, I think. If you get a CDL, I think that if you get like a moving violation, so if you like break the law on the road, then you get your license taken away or something. Like there are penalties. There are huge penalties. Or what is it? No. I think that you can't like argue with tickets. I think that might be what it is. I can't remember. It's something really bad. You just have to like accept tickets and you're not allowed to fight them or something. I can't remember, but you give up all sorts of things if you get those high quality licenses. Okay, I've got to turn down the settings so that it looks good. So that the gas station looks good. And by good, I mean, oh my gosh. Wait a second, this game is ugly as heck. What the happened? This game has been updated a couple times since we played it, and it's a mess. This game is a mess. Okay, what? Let me adjust some stuff. Let me adjust some stuff and see if the game runs good. I'm trying to watch y'all's frames. It looks all right. It looks all right. We're ready to manage this gas station. All we gotta do is just take this trash and we just gotta throw it away. Just toss it to the side. Here we go. All right. Hang on. I gotta change something on my side here. I don't want to see how many viewers I've got. I've told you 1,000 times. I don't want to see it. I never want to view how many viewers we got. It doesn't matter how many viewers there are. If there's one of you beans, then I'm happy to play games. I'm happy to play games. If there's one person that wants to hang out. But yes, we're back at our gas station. We're supposed to be making this place look beautiful, but it is a disgusting mess, a wreck. Amazing music. Another great show recommendation. Oh my gosh, you've got so many recommendations today, KMN. I'm excited. There's so many shows for us to talk about. I do know about Over the Garden Wall. That's a good show. That's a good show. Over the Garden Wall. We could watch that. We could watch that. Let me see. It's locked here. Let's turn off VSync to make it easier. And windowed mode, borderless. That's good, good, good. But where's my resolution setting? Where's the resolution setting? Is there no options? This is an indie game, so you never know with these things. You never know with these independently made games. Nobody told them what to do, so they did whatever they wanted. And they made a big mess. You got to figure out how to turn that off. You usually cover it with tape. Numbers aren't important. That's what I say. I tell you what number is important to me. The number of monies that we make in this game. All I care about is how much money we're making in Gas Station Simulator. Oh, yeah. Look at this fine gentleman with his beautiful hair. Excuse me, sir. Let me add you to the number of cars that I fixed. I forget how to do any of this, you guys. I'm just... Okay. Look. You can see which parts of the car are busted by turning on the shift button. Okay, so I'm supposed to fix the car as fast as possible. Supposed to put this tire onto here. We got to take off the nuts and bolts. Now get this big old dirty tire off of here. And now put the big one. The big one. Sir, let me turn you into a car. Excuse me, sir. Could you please become a vehicle? Can you be the next Transformer? Where's Bumblebee? Capitalist Kenny is always waiting below the surface, ready to attack. Capitalist Kenny, beware. Beware. I will search for every coin. I will make every dollar. Listen, I'd sell my soul for a digital dollar. For a digital dollar, I'd do anything. For a real dollar, well... Let me see. No, comrade Kenny. What do you mean your car? I think that you mean our car. This is our car, comrade. Let me fix our car very quickly. We just got to get some of these dings off. You know, this is still going to be a dirty, ugly car no matter what, buddy. I'm sorry. I couldn't fix the fact that this is a clunker. Also, your outfit is wild. He does have a cool shirt. It is a cool shirt. It looks a little odd on him, but I'm sure it'd look great on you, Calico. Boing, boing, broccoli. It's good to have your priorities straight. But what if there was a 1 million viewers? You'd never know. It'll have to remain a secret. It'll remain a secret. Who knows? Who knows? We could be breaking records out here. There we go. All right, I gotta... Oh, no, he just got something free. I just gave him some free money. How dare. There you go, Buster. That'd be $42. You want me to pay full price for this? That guy just got free stuff and he's mad. I don't understand these people anymore. I've worked at this gas station for 13 years and I just don't understand these people anymore. Back in the day, if you gave a fella a free can of Coca-Cola, he'd thank you. He'd thank you and he'd be on his way. He'd come back with 2 friends. But these days, if you don't make them pay enough, they get upset. People are just trying to get rid of their money these days. It ain't like last time. It ain't like last time no more. We got to give them a... Oh my gosh, this flies. Disgusting. How do we remove flies? I didn't even think that this thing was full. It wasn't even that full. I'd be so anxious if there was 1 million of us. That's a lot of people. I don't even like thinking that there's that many people in the whole world. Just think about it. 1 million. That's too many. Too many. We got to get rid of some of them, you guys. Bam. There we go. Everybody loves OT. Everybody's an OT fan. Listen, if you've met OT, then you're an OT fan. If you've seen OT, you are an OT fan. I'm just stating the facts, you guys. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but if you know the guy, you like the guy. That's just how it is. Scoot, scoot, scooty boot. So it is only whether or not you're aware of OT. Let's move this. How do I move this whole building? This whole thing? Oh, you press F. Okay. So let's rearrange some of our business in here. Maybe we can make the ice cream stand right here. Where should we put it? We need to fix this. This whole place is a mess. I can't believe that anybody works here. Looks like this place is being run by animals. Maybe like that. That kind of fits, I guess. Oh yeah, almost forgot. Kelsey said hi. What do you mean Kelsey said hi in the chat, or Kelsey says hi through a message? I'm confused. What is this game? We are managing a gas station, Pizza Dudette. Also, hello. Hello, Pizza Dudette. Elfie says hi, and Awkward hasn't said. Elfie's so sweet. I'm sorry that I haven't been so early. You guys, I've been late. I've been getting ready for October stuff. I'm excited. I got some fun things that we'll be revealing soon. This will be the forbidden tobacco corner. And that's the alcohol corner over there. We need to fix up these walls because it's ugly. I'm shutting down this place, you guys. We're shutting it down. Nope. Sorry, cops. No gas for you. Boop. Gas station's closed. We're gonna fix it up around here for a little while. Woo, October. Here we go. There's gonna be some outfits that I'll be wearing. We'll be playing some spooky games. We got some new graphics planned. It's gonna be great. I want to make this beautiful. I want this wall to be as white as a sheet. There we go. White as a sheet. And let me fix up this officer here. Excuse me, sir. Would you like a fill up? Oh wait, are you leaving? Buddy. Buddy, where you going? Come back. Also, Michael, what's up? How are you doing? Oi. Michael, thank you very much for the follow. How are you doing? You ready to manage this gas station, my friend? Welcome in. Welcome to the madness. We're just gonna be fixing up this wall right here. It's looking a little dusty, you guys, a little dusty. Now, wait a second. Should we be doing a different color over in this corner? It says station closed. It is closed. I'm just surprised that he parked and everything. Look, so if you close the station, the people that were driving here will park and then they won't do anything. Yeah, I did turn it off. I did indeed turn it off, Calico. I'm just surprised that I thought that I would just do that I would take care of the people that were already here. Hey, Michael, happy to see you, Kenny. Well, I'm happy to see you too. Do we know each other? Hello there. Oi. You call me Kenny, that means that you know my real name. That's my real name? Bum. Do you happen to know me from YouTube or something? We're just goofing around today. I'm just goofing around because I've got a free evening and I thought it'd be fun to play some games with you guys. I thought that we'd fix up this gas station and make it look real beautiful. Make it look real. Oh my gosh. Do you see this over here? Do you see this disgusting wall? Can I clean this up? I can't tell because it paints from the top. But yeah, look, it gets moldy. Ew, moldy inside. I don't know, Kenny. I only know the Earl of Spuds. Oh, what? Earl of Spuds? But you're free every evening. Oh, well, that's not totally true. That's not totally true. Some evenings I'm as busy as a bee. A long-time Royalty Soaps watcher, but miss seeing your face, dude. Ah, thank you. I'm glad that you liked the videos that I was in. It was fun. It was fun to be in the videos, but yeah. I have decided to move on. To move on indeed. And yes, I've got to meet so many nice people over here, and I've been having a great time. Vibing here on Twitch, doing my thing. But yes, I'm so glad that you like what my sister's doing over there. She's a good bean. Another Royalty Soaps fan, I say. Well, you're welcome to hang out with us anytime that you want. You got the raw, unfiltered, well, mostly unfiltered. You got the real Earl right before you, ready to chat with you whenever. I love Royalty Soaps. Do you have videos with her? I wasn't aware that you also did YouTube. What? That's my sister. That's the yeah. Royalty Soaps is my sister. That's my sister, Katie. Yeah. I've been on the channel a few times. There's a few videos. I'm pretty awkward in them, so be ready for that. But they're fun. I'm still proud of them. Some of them are pretty good. I like the one that I did with Caleb. That one's probably my favorite one. It was funny. It was pretty much just two goobers hanging out making something together. That's all that it was. It was just us hanging out. And then I edited it to make it actually funny. Here we go. She's your sister. That's so epic. What? I can't believe that people don't know this at this point. This is wild. You said, that's so epic. I love the video that you did with her where she debunked Soapax. Oh, Soapax. I don't know if I was in that one. Remember the sibling soapy wars? You're not awkward, you rocked. Okay, yeah, that was pretty late. That was a good one. And I have that soap here. I don't know where that soap went. It's in this room. I have that soap. That one was so cool. I really like that one. I really like that soap. That's probably my favorite one that I ever made. Though the Bumblebee soap might be another one that I really love. The Bumblebee soap was like the biggest video that I was in. I was so proud. I also edited that while we were at Disney World. So I was still... You lost the soap! It's not lost! It's in here! I was gonna say, I had to do editing while we were at Disney World. I had to edit that the Bumblebee soap specifically. I had to finish up the edit while we were on vacation because YouTube never stops. YouTube never lets up. You gotta be editing even on your family vacation. There's no escape from the grind, Mr. Krabs. Here we go. Now we're just doing a little bit of lovely paint. This really is like House Flipper, isn't it? Sorry, brain fart. You weren't in that one. Are you the Earl of Suds? Because she's royalty soaps? Yes, that's right. She's the Duchess of Suds. And then her fans called me the Earl of Suds. And I thought it was pretty good. I thought that it was a pretty good, pretty fun little name. Now I don't want to get rid of it. Now I don't want to get rid of it because some people recognize me. And those people are worth it. It's worth it for the few beans that are like, Earl of Suds. I know who that is. Here we go. All right. Now we got this thing painted pretty good. Do we want to change any of these colors, by the way? Do we need to change it? Look at that roof. The roof is inconsistent. We should stick with the color and pick one and stick with it. Unlocked at gas station level 4. Pink. What? We didn't have a pink option before. Wait a second. Wait a second. Oh no. Oh no. How gauche. How gauche. Oh dear. You hear Click go like Earl in his accent. Yeah. Earl. Oh, what is this early whirly? That's how Click would probably say it. If you change your name, I'm gonna be sad. I won't do it, Von Chick. I thought about it, but I decided against it. Here we go. There we go. We shall make it beautiful and pink. I'm just kidding. I will stop. It's way too loud, right? It's too loud. It can't be done. The pink is a bit much, but maybe a nice reddy orange. I can't believe that y'all don't love this. I can't believe it. Maybe we could try this red. Let's try these new colors. We got some new fresh tones. This one looks like blood. There is blood. Actually, that's not too bad. It's not too shabby. I think that the wall is super duper aggressive. The wall is extremely saturated, so I think that it'd be better if we don't go for a saturated roof, to be honest. A Christmas station! Well, that's true. That's true. You said blue and orange are complementary colors. Are they on the opposites of the spectrum? You're the legend. You're the legend of voices and impressions. Fast forward to 5 years and you're on Family Guy. Oh my God. Micah, you're so sweet. I was talking about, I would love to do voices for something. I'd do voices for a friend. If a friend was making something, I'd do a voice for them. Yeah, it's kind of a far off dream of mine. I haven't tried too much to do any voice acting, but it is a dream. It is a dream that I hold. I don't know about that. That looks kind of nice, but that's mostly just white, right? I mean, it works, I think. Let's see, blue and orange, you said. You like the red? I think that the red looks pretty good. I think that we almost have the Italian flag. Yeah, we should just make it a big Canadian flag or something. You said orange? I think that we've tried this and it didn't look so good. Also, hi there, it's Karime. Oi, oi, oi. Karime, how are you doing? It's good to see you, my friend. Whoa, that's aggressive. Holy moly. Alternate colors each tile. Oh no. Yeah, guys, live y'all's life to the fullest. Have waffles and ice cream for dinner sometimes. It'll make everything better. You had 5 scoops of different flavors. Ah, Karime. Karime, such aggressive life living. I love it. I love it. Live life aggressively. Enjoy your life aggressively. Yes, yes, yes. We must. We must. Karime, I'm glad that you ate something that made you happy. There's a lot of different forms of therapy, you know. Retail therapy, eating therapy. I don't even know I mean, I don't know what you would call that. What is it called whenever you eat things? Comfort food? What do you call it whenever you eat things? Oh, yo, it's Dad. What's up, Dad Wrestler? How are you doing? Oi, I didn't see that you were streaming. Dad, what's up? How are you doing? Oi, oi, oi. Could we get a welcome in the chat for Dad? Oi, 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 Dad. How was the stream? I'll give you a shout out if... Oh, I got you. I got you a shout out. That's a friend that I've been playing lots of Risk of Rain with a friendly wizard. It's a friend of a wizard, I say. Thanks, Dad, for the raid. I appreciate it. I hope that that Hollow Knight was incredible. I hope that Hollow Knight was great. Oi, oi, oi. Michael, oh no. Michael. We probably shouldn't say that word. Probably not. Food therapy, retail therapy, horse therapy, ignoring therapy. So many forms of therapy, but yeah, dad do be playing like difficult games out here, playing Hollow Knight, and then what am I doing? I'm painting a roof. Dad, we're playing some sweet delicious gas station simulator. Everybody that came over from Dad, I hope that y'all had a wonderful time. Hi there, my name's Earl, friendo of Dad. I've been hanging out with them playing some DayZ. In fact, I've seen Dad playing a lot of DayZ recently. I need to play some more. But yeah, Dad's a new friend of mine, and I've been enjoying some games with him. It's nice to meet any of y'all that are coming over with Dad. Hi there. You're hooked again on DayZ? Yeah, I kept seeing you play the game, and I was like, are they managing that car? Did we lose the car? Dad, did we lose the car, or did y'all keep up with it? Because it looks like I thought that y'all were maybe keeping up with it by logging on enough. Let me see. Marissa, good morning. Oh, heck, I need to check on the car. You didn't check on the car? Dad, what were you doing? What? You weren't checking on the car. Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. I thought that was obviously what y'all had to be doing. Our precious vehicle will be lost forever. What do you guys think? Does this look good? I think that this brown looks, it's still a little bit saturated for my taste. But Marissa, I hope you're having a fantastic morning. Wait a second, I'm the only mod. I should really switch to laptop then. Divey, thank you for being the mod. Are the walls green or blue? They're kind of a greenish blue, but I think that it's mostly green, right? I think it's mostly green. Dino, you've got good taste in colors. Oi, Dino, how are you doing? What's up? Can you help me paint this house? You guys, who in the chat plays Sims? I don't know what I'm doing. Does anybody play Sims? Does anybody know color theory? How do I make this place not look dumb? It looks kind of dumb. You love Sims? I'm thinking about trying it out. I'm thinking about it. It seems pretty fun. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, we need to make this thing look less ugly, because it does look ugly. I think we're allowed to paint this bad boy. Oh, look at this. There's a ladder. I didn't know that we could get up here. Yahoo! Nice. We're on the roof. Oh wait, there's a ladder right there. But yeah, so we've got Sims. Yeah, color theory. No. Wait a second. I thought that was like required reading. So we got a house over there that we can paint. We got this house that we can paint, and we got the main station. You could always just burn it to the ground. That way you don't have to worry about how it looks. Shiny. Shiny, you shush. I promise I'll play good games too, okay? I promise that I'll play some hard games, all right? Shiny, did you see that I told you that I bought the PS5, right? But did I tell you that I had to buy a bundle? Did I tell you that I had to buy a bundle? Walls a lighter color, maybe more neutral. Yeah, I think that the walls are what's doing it in. I liked the walls on the outside, but I think they're too much. What? A game that I couldn't get rid of. Two games that I couldn't get rid of. I'm going to sell one of them immediately. I'm selling that NBA game. I don't care about no basketball. But it did have the Ghost of Tsushima. The Ghost of Tsushima director's cut is included in the bundle that I bought. So I don't know. Maybe I'll at least try it. Maybe we'll at least try it. I mean, it's free. Kenny playing Sims. Can you imagine? Could you imagine? I mean, it kind of depends on if we have a mission. We have to have a mission in Sims. I can't just do nothing. I can't just do nothing. We got to have a reason. There's got to be a reason for the season, you guys. Maybe we can make a spooky house. Maybe during October, we can make a spooky Sims house. We could make it for a vampire. We could make a spooky manor for a vampire. A very surprise. Yes. Yes, the spookiest mansion. But Sims is so expensive. There's so many packs to add on. 100 baby challenge. Oh, I can't do 100 babies. That's too many babies. Can we just start with maybe a 10 baby challenge? Maybe one baby, okay? Let's... I don't even know how one baby is made in Sims. One vampire. Two vampires. You think a more neutral wall color, eh? It takes forever? That sounds dangerous. I can't play Sims forever. Things with natural colors encourage the flow of the building. But then again, you're in the desert and you want to attract customers, so maybe bright and garish is possibly the way to go. It's true. The roof does look kind of like mud. It does kind of... You hate the brown? I kind of hate it too. I can't tell. I can't tell what's going on. I'll tell you what else. This would probably look better if we had better shading. Bright and garish like Vegas. Oh my. It's true. We could make the most garish color by far is pink. And there's more colors that we get for unlocking more gas station. The roof is caca. How dare you? It is not the poop, it is the mud. Did you say garish? Whoa! Maybe we could make the entire thing be white with a pink roof. How about that? Don't think we'd be doing any woohoo on family-friendly stream for that baby challenge. Jedi, I don't think that you know anything about Sims. I don't think that you know anything about Sims. Shaking my head. Shaking my head. Jedi, how are you doing? What's up? What's up, Jedi? You feel like the Legacy or Asylum challenge would be best for you? I have way too much Sims. Oh, you said you have way too much content. An Asylum challenge... Is that like whenever you lock all your Sims away? Like, are you trying to lock up the Sims? What happens? What is the Asylum challenge? Now you've interested me. You had my attention, but now you have my dang it. I kind of painted myself into a corner on that one, didn't I? You think white with a pink roof? I'm thinking that it might be kind of loud. Why do you hate pink? I don't. It just needs something to go with it, Di. It just, pink doesn't go good with this weird, like, aquamarine green thing. This weird bluish green doesn't look good with pink. But if it's white, then it can look like a pink castle. Dad says pink! Paint it pink! Make it beautiful. Beautiful. Crazy people use pink. Then call me crazy, because we're making this thing into a beautiful castle. I also will like all the people that come into this building that look like ruffians, and they're like, let's go to the Pink Palace and get ourselves some tobacco. I always give my tobacco at the Pink Palace. I don't trust nowhere else. There's a real kind fella that runs the Pink Palace. I trust his fair prices, and he's a fair man. White and black roof, white walls. Don't know about a black roof in the desert. Prove you are sane by completing 3 aspirations. What? 3 aspirations? You just have to complete some cool things in your life, and then you can't be crazy, right? You've made so many beautiful paintings. You've fulfilled so many of your aspirations. You can't be crazy, right? Oh, good news. The car is still there. What? I have no idea how Daisy spawning works, Dad. I have no idea. I thought that they like wipe servers more often than that, but the car is still there? Oh boy, sounds like we need to go for a ride. Sounds like we need to go for a ride and get the rest of those doors. That's literally the only thing that I care about. The only thing that I care about is us getting all the doors for that car and getting a bonnet. We just need a bonnet and all the doors, and then my life will be complete. The car will be totally tricked out. We must trick out the paddy wagon. Black roof, Free heat pad prevents birds from landing on the roof. Interesting. Yeah, there is a material that you normally put on before you put on roofing. So probably not a house, and probably not a place like this because this is too old. But there's a reflective coating that you put underneath the roofing material, and it bounces off most of the heat. I have roofed many, many, many buildings. I have put on so many shingles, so many freaking shingles. Hours and hours and hours of my life spent on a roof, hopping around like a goblin. I always crouched. I always crouch so that I can get low to the roof. Instead of bending over and hurting my back, I would just squat. I was doing my Slav squats on the roof. All Slav squat all the time. I think that this pink roof is really pretty banging, you guys. It's pretty banging. A bonnet, shaking my head. Oh, what? Aren't you glad, Calico, that I'm speaking weird languages? I'm speaking in tongues. I'm speaking in new tongues. British. I saw a meme recently that had like multiple languages, and it showed the Union Jack, and it said like English, and then another option was the American flag, and it said English simplified. Simplified English. We've got English and English simplified. Those are your two options. What shall you choose? The pink roof is pretty wild, you guys. It's pretty wild. Me, a British follower. Simplified, you say. Interesting. Hello, my background check cleared. Hey, Splat. Splat, you're a trustworthy member of society. Congratulations. Congratulations. Can you paint the... let me see if I can remember how to say that word. Is that said facade? No, that's not said facade. How do you you mean this little thing right here? I don't think that you actually can. What is the how do you say that? I do not know how to say that. We had a lovely conversation about punctuation. I saw y'all talking about it. Fascia. That's how to say it? Fascia. Okay, thank you. I do not know how to pronounce things. I'm doing my best. You can't do a background check. I don't have a back. You can't check my back. I ain't got none. Listen, you guys, I want to say that I got y'all's back, but I don't even know what a back is. I don't have one. I just want my baby back ribs. That's all that I know. There we go. Now this place is looking pretty good. Oh, yeah. Also, that flag I thought was frozen, but it just looks weird. Why is the flag permanently flopped? It's permanently flopped. Oh, wait, but look, this fascia is painted. That's how to say it, right? That fascia is painted, but not this one. What the heck? Yatta! How you doing? Oi, oi, oi! The vibes are fantastic. The vibes are great. Hop in. Hop in. The vibes are just fine. Oi, how are you doing? Yatta! We're doing a little bit of painting. We're doing some painting before we start doing some working. It's free for us to paint these roofs, so I'm just making this place look beautiful. Also, I don't know. I think, unfortunately, the walls can get moldy while we're painting, but that's just fine, okay? Today, the one thing that I really want to do is get employees. If I can. I don't know if we can go fast enough, but they improved how employees work. And now they'll rush around and they'll get stuff done for you. I want to make it so that we don't have to do all of the jobs and we can pick which jobs we want to do. Also, this music's really beautiful, but possibly a bad match for the game. You guys, is this music too beautiful? Is this music too relaxing and too fantastical? According to the internet and also my physical therapist, it's pronounced fascia. Fascia. Fascia sounds about right. I'm sure that there's multiple ways of saying it, you know? Yeah, maybe just a little. Yeah, let's change it. Let's change the music for maybe like... Yeah, no. Too relaxing. Let's go back to the relaxing spring music. These were pretty good tunes. Or we could change over to grassland music. There we go. I like the sound of that. Whoa, I just jumped off the roof, but I'm a-okay. My legs are fine. Yahoo! I think that this beautiful little, this beautiful house, it's a beautiful building, y'all. We just need to fix up the rest of these walls. And also, Lupus, you made it. Oi! Lupus, it's not too late. How are you doing? Lupus, welcome home. Welcome home, Lupus. It's so good to see you. How was work today? I hope that the doggies were good. Were the doggies good? It says, hint, this action may have directed immediate consequences. Reconstruct the bus stop at the front. Okay, so we need to be careful whenever we construct it. Because apparently, as soon as we make the bus stop, something bad is going to happen. So see you later, guys. I hope. Oh, you're headed home? Is that what you said? Oh, you're on the train. You're about to go on a train and see a cute puppy. Okay, sounds good. Lupus, we'll see you later. Not home. I'm sorry. I didn't even read it. I didn't even read it. My bad. We'll see you later, Lupus. We'll see you later. Enjoy your ride on the train. You'll be home in like 3 or 4 hours. Oh my. That's quite a period, my friend. Quite a period indeed. We'll have to see if I'm still online. I don't know. It depends on how the gas station goes. You'd buy this house 100%? Ooh. We can paint this one too. Do we want to do a different color on this house? We totally can. Breezy, hi there. Thank you for the lurky. How are you doing? Breezy, I hope you're doing good. We're fixing up this building. We're making our gas station look beautiful. Beautiful. She got to go teach. She's gonna go train a puppy. Gonna go train the good puppers. All the good puppers of the world. I guess if there was a good pupper, they wouldn't need training, eh? Every puppy has its day. Want to get a house with a purple roof? It's a pink roof. I'm okay, just chilling. How are you? I'm doing fantastic. Breezy, we both chilling. We both big chilling. Big chilling, just making our house look a beautiful. I just played, we played Kenna for a little while, and that was stressful. That was stressful. I think that it fried my brain. It fried my brain, and now I just want to vibe. Now I just want to vibe and play some gas station simulator right now. And we could do some painting, make it look fancy. But yeah, I'm glad that you're doing good, Breezy. Chilling out is the mood. It is the mood that we need. It's pink? It is pink. Right? That's pink. That's pink. I'm quite sure, right? Right? That's pink. That's pink, y'all. I mean, it's a little bit purpley, but look at that especially. That's even more pink. It looks more blue because of the night sky. It'll look much more pink in a minute, okay? It will be pink soon enough. It says that we have approved clean restrooms, but the restrooms are a mess. Stop lying to us, game. You know that these restrooms are a mess. Also, there's a toilet fee. Whoever heard of such a thing? What is this? Roller Coaster Tycoon? I wish. Roller Coaster Tycoon is great. Oh yeah, and we can upgrade the toilets too. We could upgrade them and make them have more pots. More pots. Also, you might recognize the little thing over there. Do you recognize this little bit of mesh right here? Does anybody recognize this from the popular game Phasmophobia? It's the exact same asset. Shaking my head, dude. Shaking my head. Also, Linz. Hey, Linz is here. Hooray! Linz. I hope you're doing good. Boyan, I can't get out of here. I'm in the trash. I have become trash. Linz, how was your day? I hope you're doing good. Also, how do I get rid of this? How do I get rid of these boarded up windows? Look, these windows are open. What's up with this? Why are these windows so ugly? Yeah, this whole place is kind of a mess. Goodness. Look at the boards on the window. How do I get rid of them? I don't want them on here anymore. Can I set them afire? Can I set them alight with this gas tank? Boing. Indeed. There we go. We just gotta go wipe. There we go. Wipe them. Wipe those boards away. It might be an upgrade, Calico. Let's take a look. Let's take how do I open this computer? F, E, right click, left. Oh, maybe I gotta do it with my hand. Yep, gotta do it with my hand. Let's see. So maybe we're supposed to upgrade the bathrooms to be able to do that. So the parking, the toilet. What else is there? The fuel dispenser. Oh yeah, we can add another one if we wanted to. It seems a bit much. You can renovate a new bus station thing. So toilet, second full stall. This effectively doubles the effort needed to keep the room clean. But if they are indeed clean, you'll get the bang worth your buck. But won't I have to have 100 people go to the toilet for it to be worth it? Because it's $150 to upgrade it. That's a lot of pooping. I don't know about that. I don't know if that'd be worth it. We should probably just paint it for now. You're gonna go get some dinner? All right, get some food, JT. Get your nommies. Get some noms. Enjoy, my friend. Nom 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 nom. At least we can make it look less ugly in here. Oh yeah, Kim got a gifted sub by A-Star. A-Star was very generous. A very generous bean. All right, now it's starting to look better in here. I feel like we should focus on the exterior, though. I don't even walk in here very often. I don't even walk in this bathroom. Can I just put some stall doors so that people just know that it's out of order? Don't come in here. We got exposed pipes and no toilets. Just don't come in here. Who said my name in here? I did. I was saying A-Star that you gifted a sub to Kim. It's true. It's true you did. There we go. Now the wall's looking good. Now it's starting to look good. You summoned an A-Star. If you speak A-Star's name, poof. Poof, there he is. There's a few other keywords that you can use to summon A-Star. I can't believe it. Added a permitted term, disturbed. How dare you? You can't speak of that band in my chat. Never speak of that band ever again in my presence. Otherwise, you shall be banned. There shall be no speaking of disturbed. Shaking my head. I thought that we already talked about this. SMH my head. Whoa. There we go. Now it's starting to really shine. All you got to do, you guys, if your walls look really dirty, all you need to do is just get some white paint and paint right over them. Don't worry about cleaning it. Don't worry about chipping anything off. No. Just get yourself a nice paint roller and roll right over it. You know, what they don't know don't hurt them. You might as well just go ham on that wall. Let me see if there's any... whenever we paint, yeah, it makes a little bit of a mess on the ground. Just make everything shiny. That's all that we need. More shininess in the world. Also, can I clean up this dust? How do I make it so that these dusty boots don't get everywhere? There be dusty boots everywhere. I'm just going to take a look on the outside. I'm pretty sure that we spilt some paint. Did we spill some paint? I don't even see any. I think that we did a great job with the... Aha! There's some of it. Now, you want to make sure that you don't paint the dirt, all right? If you paint the dirt, the people will never forgive you. All right. You can buy a doormat. Ooh, let's do that. Let's buy a doormat and make it look less ugly. Excuse me. Good. There we go. All right. I thought that you couldn't sweep up the dirt for a second, but or the paint, but you can. Let me see. You said that you can buy a doormat, eh? Maybe that's in a different zone. Maybe a decoration. Outdoor decoration. Let's see. What can we buy? The front of the gas. Oh my gosh, this is so complicated. Front of the gas station. The back of the gas station. You can buy a bench, so you have to buy everything in order. A wooden gas station sign. That's ugly. Miscellaneous rear tools. Air conditioning unit. Decorative element. No! None of those for the mat! There's gotta be one! You gotta be right, KMN. You gotta be right. Because look, you can buy all this stuff to like make it look fancier. That's pretty cool. You could just put a car over there. You can put a honeybee yellow derelict car. Nice. This yellow car was savaged from a famous Bombay action scene. What? Okay, so I don't know about I don't know if these decorations are what we're looking for. Because look, we just made the whole area look beautiful, but there's still an ugly bit of dust. Maybe it stays there forever. Ew, the gas station signs clashes with the roof so much. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That roof is looking more and more gauche. I love it. But what about decorations? No, but it'd be outdoor, right? Standing, hanging. Nah, can't be that. A tool, mail. How do I get these employees? That's what I want. Roof is still kind of purple. Oh, it is? A little bit. You're right, it is a little bit purple. But I think it's more pink than purple, right? It's definitely a semi-purpley pink. A bit of a purpley pink, but a pink nonetheless, it seems. No smoking. You better stop your motor. So do we want to... Maybe we should just go ahead and paint this this shop. The shop should be uglier, though, right? I don't know. Maybe we can... I don't know. We could make the roof red. I don't know. Maybe we should just wait for the next colors. Maybe we should leave it just how it is. Bubblegum pink for the walls and then a white roof. Ah, perfect. Perfect. Yeah. Pink walls will do it real good. Stay in the green. Make it pink. It's not ugly. It's rustic. You're right. This is reclaimed wood. People love this stuff, right? I thought that people pay to like make sure that their dining tables look dirty. They're like, oh yeah, we got to make sure that we get a rustic table with reclaimed wood. This wood's too smooth. This is too smooth. Give me a new one. Oh my gosh, the pink barn. Holy moly, even the doors are pink. Nobody's gonna want to get their car repaired here. What are you guys thinking? What are y'all thinking? Nobody's gonna go to the pink barn. It's like ripped jeans. What are you talking about? I like rips on my jeans. Ripped jeans look pretty rad, dude. They're pretty cool, broski. I think that the pink barn looks pretty good so far. Pretty good so far. Now we only just need to make sure that it's pink on these edges that are the most rustic. The most rustic of all. And then it's time for us to stock up. And I say that we open up this place and make some money. We should make some money so that we can make it look nice around here. I'm kind of scared to do the bus stop thing, but if we do the bus stop, then we'll be able to, we'll probably be able to get employees sooner. I don't know. We got to complete our tasks. Me too, but I paid more for them and I'm mad about it. Mad? Well. Well, Lens, we can be mad together. Kenny's done a complete 180 from 10 minutes ago where he wanted it to look pretty. It does look pretty. It does look pretty. It looks great. How dare you? I think that this is the best that it's looked. I think that it looks real nice. How dare. Yes, it does look pretty. I'll listen to nothing else. These doors being pink is really, really pushing the boundaries here. I love it. That's what I said. Oh. I said what I said. It's true. Nardaville, I can't escape your words. Your words, they cut like a knife. They cut like a knife. They cut me to the quick. They cut me down to size. I can't believe it. There. Did you know that having a pair of jeans that don't have rips... If you have a pair of jeans that don't have rips, you can simply... you can add your own by having a cat. I don't think that cats make the same stylish rips, though. Cats' claws hurt so much. Oh my gosh. But they don't really make your clothes look good. It's too random. Also, how bad are your jeans? Like, how thin are they? Because jeans in Texas, I'll tell you what, if you got some Texas jeans, cat claws are not going to tear up Texas jeans. If you got on yourself a good pair of Wranglers or Levi's, cat can't even tear them up. Or if you're Lens, you can just get your bunny to chew on them. You just got to convince your bunny that your jeans are your hair. You just say, look, Pook, this is definitely my hair. You just have to wear your jeans on your head. And then all of a sudden, Pook will go after him. Boing. All right. Jeans are hot temp-wise unless you got to do field work. I mean, listen, I wore jeans while I was going to that Boy Scout camp. You know the big one? You know the big one, Johnny. The big Boy Scout camp. It's called Philmont. I wore jeans for like 2 weeks. 2 weeks walking in the mountains. Yeah, Philmont. I wore jeans to Philmont and I didn't even mind. I so want this to be cleaned up. I don't know how to do it. Okay. We're gonna make some money, you guys. Let's open up this place and make some cash. Let me see. We got no tobacco. What the heck? What happened to our stock? What? Did somebody steal it? No, that doesn't even make any... What? Where'd all the tobacco go? Hey! What's happening? Oh, did it... Oh, whenever we picked up the object, it might take all the objects off of it. And then you have to restock it. Okay, that's not so bad. Nice. Okay, no worries. No worries, but we gotta do the same for ice cream, even though we can't see the ice cream inside. There we go. Now we're all stocked up, I think. Hang on. Let me get some of these snacks out of here. There we go. Now we're stocked up for snackies. Snackies, stocked. Drinkies, stocked. And let's double check what we got in the... Boing, boing. We should probably order a trash pickup because it's looking ugly. We got, we might need some more Scratch Doctor. It seems like we got plenty of mirrors. Maybe some tires. Maybe just a little bit. What the heck is this? Mop that nastiness up. You can't tell if Di is joking. What did Di say? He said, we don't have jeans in Scotland. They upset the sheep. So we use thin jeans called schemes. Nowhere near Texas standards. Sorry. That sounds like baloney. That sounds like some Scottish baloney. I don't believe it. In fact, that reminds me of the one time that you told me about Scottish baloney. I still don't believe you. No way. No way that y'all's baloney is made out of potatoes. You can't fool me, Buster. Okay, we're going to get a couple of car parts because I'm a little bit nervous about these tires. The tires are expensive. I'm not buying them right now. I'm going to buy some scratch removers because they're affordable. All right, check out. Boop. So we'll get those car parts. And then let's go back to delivery. Garbage collection. Yeah, let's clean out that garbage. I'm sick of seeing those flies. And then products. We're doing pretty good. Car care products. Do people buy this stuff now? We're at level 3, so now there's car care products. Oh my. I don't know if our warehouse is big enough for this. I don't think that our warehouse can hold all this stuff. We probably need to upgrade it. We can upgrade it whenever we have enough money. If we get $200, then we can upgrade our warehouse and hold more stuff. More stuff. But yes, let's make some money. Everything in Scotland is made of potatoes, Kenny. Duh. Listen, not everybody's a Scottish enthusiast like you, Jedi. Oh my gosh, it looks so pink from afar. Holy moly. It totally is. Real baloney was banned in Scotland in the 80s by Margaret Thatcher. So we had to... so that we would have the strength to rebel against her rule? What? I thought that Margaret Thatcher was the Prime Minister of England. I'm confused. Now I'm legitimately confused. I don't remember who Margaret Thatcher is. Trust me, it's... What the heck? This is a beautiful... Oh, the door closed itself. There we go. Yeah. There we go. Nice and clean. Hang on. Stop honking. I got you. Isn't everything in Germany made out of chocolate? I don't know. I don't know about that. Looks like this guy needs a new paint job. All right, Buster. Thanks for the boxes. Load her up. Boop. There we go. Everything's made out of chocolate. It's just a big chocolate river over there. Boom. She was the prime minister of the whole UK. Oh, I didn't know that UK had a prime minister. I thought that England... Oh, come back here. I left one of the doors open. I'm sorry. I'll hop in. Let me hop in. Come back. Don't leave me. No. Don't leave me. I want to ride. Let me in. Let me in. Oh, we're getting closer. No. Come back. He's stopping. Let me in. No. Oh, but yeah. Here we go. We're going for a ride. We are the gift. Otherwise, you'll be returned to the gas station. Never. Yeah, Marissa. Oh, my goodness. Marissa. We'll see you later. Have fun hanging out with the kiddos. We'll see you later.
Tell the person like
much love to Marissa. Also, Linz. Thank you for the gifted sub.
Gift subs in the channel.
You scared me, Mr. Adidas. Also, there's the nipple guy. No. Linz, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Hey, can we get some hype in the chat for the gifted sub? Oh, yeah. Thank you very much, Linz, for the gift. Hey. Enjoy that gifted sub, Yatta Cake. Hooray. Now you can use all of the emotes. Nice. Okay, hang on. Boom. I almost dumped it. I gotta slow down. I'm going too fast. Boom. Ah, yeah. Nice. There's the nipple guy. No. Die. That's a horrible quote. It's a horrible quote. You're fired. What's that shirt say? Flamingo. I like it. Flamingo. Who's that lady with the flamingo shirt? I'm interested. Ah, I see a fellow Flamingo fan. It's my favorite football team, the Flamingos. Nice. Get out of here. Be gone. I've lost so many jobs this way. Not the nipple quotes. Die. Die has a troubled work history. A troubled work history wrought with bad quotes. Don't quote the boss wrong, otherwise you might get fired. You know what Gregory said? Down, 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 down. But yes, Yatta, enjoy your gifted sub. If you want to watch movies with us, you know where to look. We're watching them over on Discord. This week we watched Spirit, Stallion of the Cimarron. It was pretty good. I enjoyed it. We gotta keep this place swept up. It's looking dirty. Dirty looking place. Whoa. Dirty place. Clean it up. Nice and clean. Is there poop in this stall? I can't tell right now. Ow. I can't even get in here. I don't know how to break in. I still can't figure it out. This game's broken. Do. Do 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 do. You mention the nip. You get the slip. There we go. Get out of here. He said, thanks a bunch. It's Elon Musk. Oh no. Get out of here. Get out of here. Ah, yes. The Dust Bowl. Good painting. Good painting. Reminds me of better times. Reminds me of better times whenever all that you needed to stay alive was just a big bowl full of dust. Mmm. Yum, yum. Yum, yum. Nothing but dirt for dinner. I don't even mind. Oh, there's a customer at the garage. Excuse me, madam. What is wrong with your truck? What's wrong with the old wagon? One mirror? That's it? You came in here because you got a busted mirror? Just get your makeup mirror and replace it. There we go. There you go. Now you can see your past. Now get out of here. Mushroom Gal, what's up? Oi, oi, oi. How are you doing? We just fixed a car in the pink shed. The pink shed. Now we shall go over to our happy little pink house. Excuse me, sir. Are you throwing away trash? You better be throwing away any trash that you make, young man. The same goes for you. You and your brother that look exactly the same. Interesting. I see that there are aliens living in this city. Aliens, I tell you. Aliens. All of them. You ever seen two fellers in the same place that looked exactly the same and they had the same outfit on? That's the only evidence for aliens I need. Ah, you want to get some tobacco? Come on over here. Let's check you out. In fact, we might have to buy some more snackies. Looks like everybody's drinking all the drinks. Since movie night falls on October 3rd, we can watch Mean Girls. Oh, what? Mean Girls? That's not a spooky movie. The only thing spooky about it is that so many people like it. Here we go. Is that plot significant? Is that date significant to the plot? I don't know. I haven't seen it. We're supposed to watch spooky movies. You know, like The Nightmare Before Christmas or something like that. He said, nice. Get out of here. Get out of here. Did you know that you can insult the people that come into this building and they don't even mind? Open up. Oh, there's a customer at Fuel that we need to take care of. Oh, we just stole something. Now we're going to steal something from this guy that we just helped. This game doesn't make any sense, you guys. We just stole $7 from his trunk. What's wrong with liking Mean Girls? Nothing at all. I was only teasing. I haven't seen it yet. It does look pretty funny. We're definitely gonna have to watch it someday. We'll have to watch it someday. I can't stay away forever. I'm gonna have to give in one of these days. Ooh, look at all this junk. Are we really watching Mean Girls? Not this week. No way. No way. Also, there's still stinky flies. What the heck? Stinky flies everywhere. Oh, excuse me, Elon. I apologize. Here, let me help you out there, friend. How much money do I have? $500? We can build a bigger warehouse and start stocking some more food. We make more money if we have more types of food. Oh, you're not Elon. You're Elon's cooler younger brother. Oh dear. You left quite a mess, mister. How dare you? You tracked in as much dirt as you could muster, mister. I'm about to knock the mustard out of you. I'm gonna beat the mustard out of you, you sorry hooligan. Now, what seems to be the issue, sir? The only issue is that haircut. Let's get this scratch, doctor. We're gonna clean up this little mess that you made here. Now, I'm gonna need you to take this. You're gonna need to take better care of your car, mister. I'm gonna need you to be a little bit more careful, all right? From now on, if you see barbed wire, that means you're not supposed to drive there. You're on the wrong road if you found barbed wire, all right? All right, now that we got that figured out, I don't want to see you in here this week. Okay? You take good care of this car, all right? This car does its best for you, so you ought to do your best for that car. Hey, what's up, Vincent? How you doing? Oi! It's Austin. How are you doing, Austin? Oi, 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 what do we got here? Some trash. Oh, wait, can I not get rid of that trash? There's a person at the cash register. Sir! Sir, I'm so sorry for your wait. So sorry for your wait. Let me just get that, sir. Let me bag this up. Hey, would you like me to help you take this to the car? All right. All right. Thank you, sir. We'll see you later. Hey, see you around. See you around. Don't be a stranger now. Howdy there, ma'am. What can I help you with anything? Oh, sure. I'll help you. Let me check you. I'll just check you out right now. Here we go. We'll get you sorted right now, ma'am. Cigarettes, Pringles, a beer, some Bollies. I see. Some soda, some more beer, some more soda, some more soda. Ma'am, are you planning a party? Having a party tonight? Oh boy, I hope I'm invited. Crack open a cold one for me. All right, see you later. Thanks for coming. Let me just wipe. Let me just give you a little cleanup. You look a little dusty, ma'am. You're looking a little dusty. That haircut's looking a little dusty. Let me clean up that mess that you've got on the top of your head. Oh, wait a second. We got somebody that needs a fuel up. Here you go, sir. We'll just fill you up real nice here. There you go. Now get out of here. Linz can bench 225 tons. I don't think so. Maybe 220. That thing just dropped down into the ether. Where did it go? Our pail. No, that was our decorative pail. Our decorative pail just dropped into the shadow realm. Oh, so did this. Why does everything drop into the ground? It's our decorative plane ticket. It hit him. Can I throw a rock at this guy? Wait a second. Does anybody here understand NFTs? Isn't that the thing where you buy like the meaning of a meme? Is that the memes that you buy where you can buy like the rights to Charlie Bit My Finger? Right? Isn't that what that is? Or is that different letters? Non-fungible tokens? What the heck? Hey, here he is again. Hey, sir. Welcome back. Yeah, I know the principle, not the actual market. That's a good saying. That's a good way to say it. It's just the next evolution of memes. It makes sense. I mean, currency itself doesn't really have like intrinsic value without a government backing it. Certainly not the fiat currency that everything's running under. So I guess that it makes sense that people will start trading things that don't really matter. Sir, how clean is it in there? But yeah, Bitcoin doesn't mean anything either. It's just basically like computer effort. That's all that Bitcoin is. It's just basically trading fossil fuels for money, because it takes fossil fuels to run the electricity to mine for Bitcoins. It's like trading the inevitable demise of our environment for money. What a deal. Come on, open up. Open up. There we go. I'm trying to break in. The old wagon wheel. This is a master lock? What the heck? Hang on. Hey! You buy an invisible product? LOL. Just a way to support thing or bragging rights? I mean, it is the rights to a thing, but what those rights are worth are they're kind of up for debate. Yeah. Different things are worth different things to other people. Like, you could look at a super famous painting as well, and you could say, I don't care about this painting. This is not worth $1 million to me.
You're amazing.
Everything. Oh, you're amazing. You'd be even more amazing with a shirt on, buddy. But yeah, everything is kind of just is a valuation. Everything is a value assessment. Again, like a painting is not really worth it to you, but a painting would be worth it to a collector. And you might make it you might think that it's silly that a collector would pay a ridiculously absorbent price for a work. But I mean, it's not too different. Hang on, let me. Here we go. Except that what'd you say? Except that it's like a copyright on your things, so it's worth what somebody will pay, but at least you have the rights to your thing. Yeah, that's true. Digital stuff is kind of weird anyway, because like this game right here that I'm playing right now, I don't really own it. Like if they wanted to remove this from the Steam store, if the devs decided to remove it, this could be yoinked out of my account, and this value that I have right now wouldn't be worth anything. It's like, oh, I paid, you know, $25 or whatever for this game, and it feels like I have a tangible product, but it could be yoinked right out from under me and I wouldn't have it anymore. And that, my friends, is why I paid an extra $100 to get the non-digital version of the PS5. Hey, I'll have you know the sun and the river powers my money. Oh, I'll tell you what. Is that because y'all's electricity works better, Lime? That's good. Lime, I'm glad that y'all's electricity is a nice healthy alternative fuels. Incredible. A muffin. Can I get an NFT? An NFT for one Kenny vibe, please? Certainly. But still, a man can dream. We don't actually use solar, but I wish I did. You could. You could if you wanted to, Lime. What the? Did she just drop a treasure map on the ground? Lady, you keep your treasure to yourself. Come back here. Come back here. You can't just litter in my store. All right, I'll be waiting for you. She said nice. Have you ever gone to the... Wash your hands! Have you ever walked into a bathroom, gone to the bathroom, and then said audibly, nice? Just in case anybody could hear you. Nice. Nice poop. Good. Good. We have monetized our bad weather with wind farms, and I approve. There's some weird land in Texas that is super duper open, and we have put wind farms there too. We're monetizing our worthless land. Hooray! Good stuff. Nothing else is gonna go out there. Nothing out in West Texas except for snakes. Snakes and wind. I just charged her for something that she's not gonna get. There can be no mistakes. Man, it's worse than before. Get out of here. I did my best. It's your fault. Here, ma'am. You can take that trash attitude and put it right here. Here, look, there's still plenty of room in the bag. Here, attitude right here. Come on. Yep. All right. Your funeral. Do. There we go. Just taking out the trash, officer. Just taking out the trash. We'll be right back. Texas needs to harness snake power. We need to get those wiggling and giggling friends of ours, and we need to monetize them. We got to monetize the snakes in Texas. Texas has got a lot of horsepower, and it's all hidden inside of our snakes that live here. All right, officer. No drinking and driving, remember? Remember, sir? You gotta hook up the battle snakes to a generator? Listen, all that we gotta do is put some snakes inside of a, I like battle snakes better, but, we just gotta put the snakes inside of one of those gerbil loop things. The gerbil wheels, the hamster wheel. Oh my gosh, the roof is so bright. We just gotta put snakes in a hamster wheel. Me too, battle snakes. Excuse me, sir, can I help you? I'm not in your way. Keep going. Ow. Ow, my knees. All right, ma'am, how much fuel can I get for you? What can I do you for? Boop. There you go, ma'am. That'd be 57 real buccarinos. That's our currency in Texas. We only use real buccarinos. Look at this derelict vehicle. Oof. I'm glad that my poor typing has started a trend. Die. Taking credit for that which is natural. Again. Dies out here like, I made it rain today, you guys. I made it rain. Suddenly, people don't know how to spell. It has come in handy at some point. What? Battle snakes? I want battle snakes to come in handy. All right, ma'am. Let me help you out here. Let me just do a little bit of scrubbing. All right. What do we got? And some Pringles. Some Chunkos. Chunky O's. 2 Chunky O's. All right. Enjoy. Oh, Dies bad typing. It does create some unique scenarios. Die likes to keep it interesting around here. Oh, we got somebody in the garage. Can't miss him. Out in the pink garage. Let me just take a look at this vehicle, sir. We've got $1,000. We're making mad moosh. We can upgrade some stuff, you guys. We can upgrade you some stuff. We've been saving our pennies. We've been saving our pennies and our nickels. You really like the garage? Me too. It's fun. Are you talking about the mini games? Or are you talking about the paint? Here we go. Let's see. What else have we got? We got ourselves another busted tire. Let me help you out there, friend. Let me just pick up these tires. I don't know why Kenny's excited by battle snakes. I've seen him play Pokemon. Pet battling is not his thing. But I enjoy it. I get excited for it. You cannot deny my excitement, Die. Shaking my head. Die thinks that if you like something, you have to be good at it. Ay, ay, ay. I like living, Die, and I ain't good at it. BTS Alex, how are you doing? Oh my gosh, not good. Not good. During the lightning storm, the house behind us got struck by lightning. If I was standing on the porch, I could have been dead right now. BTS, this does not sound like... I don't know if the lightning striking could have possibly hit you. I certainly hope not. I hope that you are never struck by lightning, my friend. Though I will admit, it is more likely to be struck by lightning than be killed by a shark. I will admit, it's not impossible. But hopefully will never happen. Also, you can survive a lightning strike. So hopefully next time that you are struck by lightning, you'll be A-okay. Some people it doesn't even hurt their ears. Maybe it would be a small strike. I wish you only the smallest strikes, my friend. But yes, BTS, I'm glad that you are well. I'm glad that nothing too bad happened. Besides some trauma, which is no good. How dare. How dare they? I would never strike you with lightning. If I was Zeus, BTS, I would never strike you. Never, ever. I would keep the lightning as far away from you as possible. All right, so will this be all? Or you need some more junk food? Sir, I'm so sorry for giving you a free item. Why are you mad at me? I guess he's one of those guys that really wants to pay for what he gets. Stop being so moral. Just accept your free stuff. Listen, there's been times that I've gone places that they just gave me free loot, and I appreciated it. I don't know what's gotten this guy so mad. Grr, how dare you give me a free ice cream sandwich? Listen, my daddy raised me to pay for what I get. My daddy raised me to take care of myself and not take nothing from nobody. You handing me this ice cream is the most extreme. Oh, it's not clean around here, he says, as he's driving up. You know what? Frick you, man. You insult my place, you get abducted. You insult the cleanliness, you get abducted. That's exactly right. There we go. We'll have no more sass from that individual. Never again. All right, let's fix up this place while everything's off. While I'm not bothered by employees or anything. All right, here we go. We got $1,300. Let's upgrade our warehouse for one. What in the world just happened? All you got to do is just click that alien button and bing, bang, boom. It resets all the cars. It's I think it's a feature, Mushroom Gal, to fix stuff. But yes, you can just summon aliens at any time. Station level is too low, so we got to upgrade the station for this. Let's see. The station has to be upgraded by completing more objectives. The workshop can be upgraded, but then we'll have more things to do there. Let's do it. Upgrade that workshop. Does it get bigger? We've got engine oil now. Yeah, let's go take a look at what our new place looks like. It might be, if it's expanded, we'll have to paint more. Now, look, doesn't look like it's been expanded. Yep, looks like all the paint has remained. And one of the new things that we can buy is engine oil, I guess. No more products. Okay. Let's go over here. You said confessions. One time at Kohl's, they had trouble with their system. So I had to swipe my Kohl's charge again in the cashier. And the cashier seemed like something was wrong. But then they said that I was good to go. Though the receipt said exact cash when I looked in the car, but I left anyway, and they never charged me again. I looked at my charge account, and I never returned to pay. Well, that's really their fault, Karime, if we're being honest. That's really their fault. Once you walk outside of the door, then it's kind of a done deal, you know? It's kind of a done deal. You did your best to pay your money. You tried. And that's what counts. What counts is that you did your best. And going back to a big corporation to make sure that they get their money doesn't seem like necessarily the most important thing in the world. Doesn't seem like you should be like, oh no, Kohl's is going down. It was their mistake. And I think that's fine. I wouldn't worry about it. Buy some more tires. Boom. There we go. Just abduct the Karens. Oh, what? The Karens. Bye-bye. You're tired? You're going to head out? All right. A-Star, get some rest. Much love to our friendo A-Star. Oi, get some rest, my friend. It was nice to hang out with you. As always, of course, of course. This car care. Hang on. Hang on. That's another thing that we need to look at. We need to look at maybe making some new shelves for car care. We're going to make a small one or a big one. That big one's a little expensive. Let's do that. And we'll make a newspaper stand too so that they can keep up with the news. With the news. Is it in my backpack? Yeah, I keep my shelves in my backpack, just in real life. Okay, now we're going to make this the non-consumables. We're going to make this the poison corner. Look, we got tobacco over here. We got car care over here. We got everything that you shouldn't be consuming. Right here. And, yay, poison. Hooray. Hooray for poison. Maybe we probably need to put the news somewhere convenient. Maybe here in the middle, actually. I've been putting everything on the wall. Should this newspaper stand not be... Should it be directly on this pole? Or should it be, next to the pole? Like this? That goes with the flow, right? Maybe facing the door? I don't know where it'd go if it was facing the door. I don't know. We could make a false wall here, maybe. Can we make a false wall here? It looks uneven. It is uneven at the moment. I don't think that that's going to count for a wall. I don't think that this is I don't think that this is going to be bulky enough to feel like it's a proper wall. Let's move the tobacco thing, though. Move that to this wall. You like that better? I think that it does kind of look good, but it makes this corner really inaccessible. I don't know if that's gonna... Maybe I should move this out of here and put the alcohol in that corner. Yeah, let's maybe put the car part here. I can't make this perfectly even. It won't let me. Yeah, maybe we'll make this the corner of shame. The corner of shame. How dare you? There we go. Easier for people to steal if you give them a corner to conceal in. That's true. Rotate 90 and put it against the pole? The news is shame. What? I'm confused. The news is shame. The news is my shame. I have to stop looking at it. Okay, I'm gonna put these bad boys right here. At least I can see this pretty easily. I can see that pretty easy, but yeah, maybe the tobacco needs to be put in this place that I can see them access it. Yeah. Now I'll be able to observe it so that nobody steals it. So that nobody steals my Becky. Now listen here. I know Becky ain't good for you, but I'm just trying to make $1 out here. There are no morals in Arizona. Let's purchase some more stuff. We're gonna purchase some products. We need some car care. How about some Super Shine? We're gonna purchase 1 Super Shine. Is that really only 1? Or does it give packages of 20? I'm confused. I don't remember how these packages work. Oh no. I assume since you can steal, then the customers can steal too? I don't think that they can. Oh, they can steal my warehouse stuff though. If I leave this warehouse door open, it sometimes it gets robbed. But this guy got it. I guess I left the door open. Whoops. Whoopsies. That's not good. Get out of here so that I can close this door. Yeah. There we go. Close up that wagon. Now get out of here. Close the door now. All right. Now our stuff is safe. Let's order some more stuff. The news spits on tradition. What? The news spits on tradition. Let's order some more stuff. We're going to deliver ourselves some fine products. Some fine products for our store right here. We're going to buy some Super Shine, some glass cleaner. We're going to buy some wheel cleaner, some wash and wax. Some wash and wax. The News Time, the Boham Daily, the Sports Star, Crossword Puzzlers, Home Cooking, and some news. Bang, bang, boom. What else can we get? We could purchase some more snacks if we needed them, but I think that we got plenty of other stuff right now. Insufficient funds. Oh my. It is rather expensive. I have purchased too many items. It's just too much money. It's too much to bet. I want the crossword puzzlers. I won't let it go. I won't let it go. We're taking that. Gosh darn it. I can't buy anything. I'm so poor. I'm so dang poor, and I didn't even realize how dang poor we were. That's what I get for buying all these nice stands for all of our stuff. Okay. It's time to open up the place again. Let's open it up. We need some money. We need some money. I'm starving for cash. They've been bleeding me dry. They've been bleeding me dry. Also, I think that we might still have debts to pay back. Not sure. We should probably check the old debt-o-matic. The old debt-o-matic. The loan, it says our current loan is $0. Nice. Okay, so we already got all of our loans paid off. And fuel supply, how much fuel do we have? How much fuel is there these days? We've got 89 left. Well, maybe we could go for a little top off. And the thing that we most want to do today is make our it's over here. We need to make ourselves a bus stop, and it only costs $99. So it's not really a money thing. It's just probably I want to make sure that I'm all stocked up, because the bus stop will probably like let legions of people into here, and I probably got to make sure that it's all shipshape. I got to make sure that this place is shipshape. Somebody tried to steal a bunch of ink cartridges by concealing them in a plastic storage tub. Ink cartridges. Those are pretty expensive. I could understand why one would want to steal an ink cartridge. They are obscenely expensive. And also, there's some really cheesy things that go on with ink cartridges. Like, there is a there's a chip on ink cartridges that tells the printer how much ink it has inside of it, and it's always set up incorrectly. Like, if you can hack and use another chip for the chip reader, then you can have, like, quote unquote more ink, because there's always more ink that they don't let you use. All right, bud. Now get on out of here. Is the 99 the amount that it costs to petition the county to add a bus stop, or is this an illegal bus stop? We like to keep in the family, okay? It ain't illegal. It ain't illegal. It just ain't legal. Now listen, not everything that's not quite legal is illegal. Okay, let's shut this thing down. Close it up. Boy on. Oh, looks like somebody already wants their car fixed up. I don't think I can open. I don't think that I can close those doors. See, I bought tires. When did... I think that my tires were stolen, you guys. I could have swore that I bought a bunch of tires. Didn't I? Uh-oh. Put these back. Put it back. Oh, crap. I dropped it on the floor. Ah! Stop picking up stuff. Put it back. There. There we go. Okay, sir. Let's take a look at this vehicle. Let's lift her up. It's improved alpaca. How are you doing? What's up? All that I've ever stolen was the candy Walmart used to have out that you could mix in a bag. Yeah, I would accomplish this by my friend stealing a pack of underwear. What? Oh, you were an accomplice. I see. Not accomplish. An accomplice? I can't believe it. An accomplice to a crime? JT, to prison you go. We got to get rid of all the filthy criminals out there, just like you. You said all you ever stole was candy. Used to have it where you could mix it in the bag. Okay, so you just ate it like there? Or you just mixed it all up and didn't pay for the full price? Like, how'd you steal this candy? I'm confused. How was it? Listen, you got to train me the scam, okay? You got to teach me the candy scam just in case I want to do it. There you go, sir. He said I'm a lifesaver, or that I'm amazing. I don't know which one. He said something nice. There's a whole line. Look at them. They're lined up like lambs to the slaughter. What would you like today, sir? Well, how can I help you today, sir? Lovely day we're having, sir. Nice product choices, sir. Hope you have a lovely day, sir. How much do I owe you? Nothing. You just paid for it, buddy. Illegal behavior. I plead the fifth. Indeed. A good idea, Jason. Also, hi there, Jason. We here at Royalty Soaps do not condone any illegal activity. However, we do acknowledge that not only mistakes are made, but people can always learn. People are always growing, and sometimes it takes a few mistakes for you to learn to not do something. There are no such things as a finished human being. We're all a work in progress. So mistakes are just a part of life. There we go. Down, 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 down. All right, let's load up some stuff. We've got all sorts of stuff. We got glass cleaner. We got car cleaner. We got no more products. Oh no, we need more. We need more tobacco. More tobacco. Did I purchase any water? No, I didn't. Hang on. Hey, what's up? Cookie draws anime. What's up? You draw anime? I like you already. How are you doing, Cookie? Oi, oi, oi! It's Cookie. Okay. Hang on. Are we gonna make some cash off this guy that just went to the... Are they driving in there? Nope, they're not. Okay, so let's just go ahead and make a purchase of... we need tobacco and we need... Okay, there's some crossword puzzles. That's all that there are. We need tobacco and we also need tires just in case. But let's earn a little bit more money before we do that. We're waiting for customers. Customers. There we go. Evening all. Crime seems to be a reoccurring topic when I come to stream lately. Oh, what? Bell Blue, it's all a coincidence. Also, how are you doing, Bell Blue? Oi, oi, oi. All right, ma'am. Let me just open up this vehicle. Just your standard search, ma'am. Just your routine search, ma'am. I'm just gonna take a look. Looks like you've got a lake painting. I'm glad to take that off your hands. All right, sir. Just doing a little checkup. Thank you, officer. Thank you, officer. Just doing a little check of this lock, making sure that it's nice and hardy. Oh, looks like we might have a little bit of an exploit, sir. Ah, 2 old coffins in the car? He had 2 old coffins? Sir, I'm not sure which one of us broke the law more. What, do you have 2 whole coffins in the back of your truck? Bruh. Those are pretty big. Do I have those now? Oh my gosh. This is what he had in the trunk? Oh dear. Should we put these out here as a warning? This is a warning to anybody that wants to shoplift in my store. This is what happened to the last shoplifter. That's shoplifter number 1. You can say hello to them if you want to. And now let me put out what happened to shoplifter number 2. That's right. I put them over here in this corner. Even in death, they were a real wily shoplifter, so I like to keep an eyeball on them. There we go. Nothing says welcome to my store like a couple of coffins. It ain't even Halloween yet, and we got coffins set up. Nothing says have a nice day in Arizona. Callie, I thought that you were gonna make a pun. So did I. Did Callie not make a pun? That was the joke? What was the joke? Hey, this is a family-friendly stream. Not a crime-family stream. Ah, family-friendly. Listen, we're family-friendly, but if it's a crime family, maybe we're not so friendly. No tobacco? What am I gonna do with my lip? Hey, you just threw a can on the ground. This is why we can't have nice things. This is why we can't have nice things. Hey. There we go. Gotta clean up after you, Buster. All right, let me help you out. Did somebody say my family? Karime. It's a Karime family. That's kind of cute. That's kind of cute. Listen, totally different than a crime family. A Karime family is quite adorable. Let's buy Jimmy's Strong Menthol. How about Spade? Super Blend, and maybe for just to top it all off. Can we buy multiple? Yeah, we can buy multiple different types of things. Oh, I was gonna just get some, some wheels. Just in case we need some more wheels. Oh, and they're a good price right now. Can I afford 6? Is that too many? I can. Splendid. Listen, you guys, the first rule of business, okay? I'm going to teach y'all all the rules of business as we play this game, but the first rule of business is sometimes you gotta spend money to make money. All right, that's your first lesson. Your first lesson, there will be a test at the end of the stream. After you've learned these rules very well, then you will be able to start your own business, okay? Always remember, sometimes you gotta spend it to make it, okay? First rule of business is that you don't talk about... What? No, that is the game. That's the game, Die. You're getting that confused for the game. Also, you lose. I hope I have enough tires for this lady or she's gonna be mad. I'm guessing that if you don't have enough tires, you can't do it. Sugar is the basis of capitalism. Indentured servitude has never tasted so sweet. Here we go. Clean it all up. Let's go. He got us. You're the worst, kitty. Thank you, Di. Whenever Di says that you're the worst, it means you're the best. Di does a little bit of that double speak. It's a British tradition. Come on in. All right, let me help you out. Nice car, though rough shape. Yeah, I think it's quite nice. I would drive around a wagon like that. Let me close this up for you, sir. All right, we'll see you later. Boom, boom, boom. That's me banging on the back of the truck. Get out of here. Actually, we got another delivery right here. Sir, get out of here. I've got stuff to do. Come on now. Thank you. We got our tires. Now we can stock it all up. I want to deny it, but I do a lot of double speak. Divey, we wouldn't have you any other way. Get out of here. Let me close up the door. You sure have trouble with this turn. I love it. I love it. The more the physics struggle, the more I'm enjoying myself. We got 2 people at the cash register. Let's go. Quickly. Go, 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 go. Excuse me, ma'am. I'm sorry for the wait. Sorry for the wait. Hope that you found everything okay. You just had one crossword puzzle? One crossword puzzle? Ma'am, please tell me you're not just getting one crossword puzzle. Ah, good. Some wine. Some soda. Some delicious popcorn. Some soda. Oh. We're schmoving. Pet, 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 pet. Oh. Grab. I'm going slow. I'm going slow. I'm never going to make it at the Fry Cook. The Fry Cook Awards. Go. Chunkos. Alcohol. They're $58 purchase. Whoa. Mamma mia. All right. I don't know. That's a strong opinion for a British person. For a British person. I thought that we banned that phrase. Also, that's right. You don't get those chips. I bounced them out, but I didn't get in trouble. Nice. Let me clean up this mess. You guys are so messy. You got somebody at the garage as well. Good thing that we just bought some tires. All right, we should have enough money to do some upgrades in a second. We're very close. All right, let me help you out here. Let me help you out here, ma'am. Let me just clean up some of this mess from our previous client. I'm sorry. I've been trying to keep up with this, but okay, let me just place all my car tires. We're always needing more. Car tires are pretty expensive. They're like 50 buccarinos, but they're 50 bucks each. So you can't like buy a big pack. And also it takes a lot of space to store them. That was it. Just one tire. And that is why we keep the tires. You gotta spend it to make it. Oh, bathroom's looking a little messy. A big poop. How dare. Throw that away. Also, clean up this dusty feet. This dusty looking bathroom. Oh, Elon. It's good to see you again. It's good to see you again. You wish that your tires were that cheap? 50 bucks. $50 tire. I've never heard of such a thing. I don't even think they exist. No way. My tires are like $400 or something. I don't remember. It's a lot. Tires are expensive. Everybody that doesn't own a car, don't get one. Don't get one. Don't get a car. Abandoned cars. Ooh, more popcorn. Nice. And let's clean out the trash. More trash, more trash. Here, ma'am. Would you like some trash? Would you like to purchase some trash? I'm afraid $50 a tire has got to be the bare minimum. That's got to be like maybe you could buy a pre-owned tire for that. Maybe a little used tire. $200 for 4 new tires? Deal. Oh my gosh. That's like one tire. You scoop the poop with your hands. No, I used the bag. I just used the bag. I went like scoop? Like this scoop? All right, Elon, what can I get for you? What can I get for you? Oh my. Alcohol.
Have a nice day.
No, you have a nice day. Thanks for coming. You're my favorite customer. Keep the change. You always come here. You're my favorite customer. Hi, doggy. No, Mark! Dang it. Mistakes are made. I gave her free stuff. Last estimate for mine with 17-inch rims. They're about $350 each. I have a friend that has big tires for no reason. And his tires are $700 a piece. They're, he's essentially driving a monster truck for no reason. I mean, I guess it's part of his childhood. He must have loved monster trucks when he was a kid. I mean, I knew that he did, but is it really worth it? Holy crap, you guys are messy. Holy moly, I can't wait till I get an employee. I'm getting tired of sweeping up all this junk. You guys, I was made to be a businessman, not to be a laborer. I can't be laboring like this all the time. This is for grunts. This is for grunts. We gotta hire somebody. I want to do all this fun stuff like fixing tires. Ooh, we got a tire and something else over there. Looks like that's the first time that we got an oil change. Whoa, game's lagging. Good. Let's go. You love the pink doors? The pink doors are so aggressive. I love it. Bam, 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 bam. Looking good. Yeah, pretty soon. Okay, wait. Yeah, look. We get to change the oil. We just need the dipstick. Oh, yeah. We bought the engine oil. So how do we do this part? What is this? You're supposed to get it between here? It's not telling me what to do. Is that it? Did you like that? Was that great? Okay, I think that you just have to put it. We didn't even replace the oil filter. All we did was fill it up with oil. Lady, you can buy oil at Walmart, please. Please do. You know that I charge you for that, right? You know, we got to do an upcharge because I'm running a business. But listen, between you and me, just buy your own oil if that's what we're talking about. I'll get an oil change done if you don't want to get your hands dirty, but come on now. I'm pretty sure that you can take care of the rest. Ah, the copper's not here. Let's open it up. It's Lynn. What's up? Hiya, Lynn. Good morning. Good morning. Lynn, I hope you're having a fantastic day so far. I finally caught you again. It's me. It's me, Lynn. You got me. You're one of the beans that I do want to get caught by. This is the best game of hide and seek where you want to be sought. Why does this have Skyrim lockpicking? That's what I want to know, Improved Alpaca. It's literally just ripped. It's so strange. It's totally unnecessary. Like, you're lockpicking. It's so strange. You're just lockpicking your customers, like, while they look at you. It's such a dumb element to the game. I'm sorry if the devs are watching this right now, but I think that it's kind of dumb. But it's fun in a silly way, I guess. It's okay. It just doesn't seem to match. Let's go. 8:25. So breakfast. Body finally recovered from that crazy 24-hour stream. Oh my gosh. It definitely takes me a few days to recover from those myself. Whew. That's a big one. Congratulations on getting it done, though. That's awesome. That's awesome. We gotta order it all. Boom. Maximum fossil fuels. We've got to charge up these vehicles using fossil fuel. You completely forgot about the time. Now it's 2 a.m. and you need some sleep. All right, Shiny, get some rest. Get some rest. We love you, Shiny. Patricia! Drex. Drex, don't yell at me. Drex, how dare. I'm gonna cry. Drex, how are you doing? What's up? Oi! I'm just trying to manage this. Trying not to get yelled at. Oh my gosh, my trash. My trash! But there was extra oil in there. I can't believe how unrealistic this game is. Drex, have you seen this game? Have you seen the most incredible simulator? The most incredible simulator? Gas station. Finally, you get to own a gas station. Is it 7 p.m.? Yeah, it's about 7:25. It's good to see you, Drex. I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. Thank you for asking, you sweet bean. Let's fix up this little car door over here. Here we go. Clean it up. Wipey. $190 money. It's a sim. Of course it's unrealistic. Oh my goodness. Whoa. Unrealistic. I'll tell you what's unrealistic. Is the body standards for men these days. Goodness gracious. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. He's so strong. Look at him. He's like, I'm going to grab a crossword puzzle. You get your crossword puzzle, big man. Big man needs his crossword puzzle. And I'm not going to deny it of him. Here we go. Well, hello there, handsome. I mean, he is, I suppose he is handsome in a bit of a, in a rustic sense of the word. There we go. Whoa, this game has orcs too. What? An orc? That's a fine, handsome man. I won't have you calling my man an orc. Look at him. He's totally a human being. He's totally a human being, and he's got 2 crossword puzzles. He's got 2 crossword puzzles. See you later, soldier. Enjoy your games. I don't know why you bought the same crossword puzzle twice. Hopefully you're feeling better today. I am feeling better today. Thank you for asking. You're so very sweet. I'm feeling good. Just a $2 wine. Yikes. I guess it's a $2 wine sort of day, you guys. Have you ever had a $2 wine sort of day? Oh, I thought for a second my warehouse was open. Gotta be careful. Handsome's a strong word for that man. Can't believe it. Linz has opinions all of a sudden. Check in my head. Linz, don't you ever pick on me or my son ever again. You saw a big dude in line at Walgreens once. The one thing that he was buying was a giant jug of Mr. Bubble. What is Mr. Bubble? What is this Mr. Bubble of which you speak? I've never heard of it. It sounds like a Schweppes knockoff. Here we go. All right, sir. It was perfect. We also got a 98-cent tip. Can't you afford more? It's a bubble bath soap for kids. Aw, it's probably for his kiddos. Wholesome story. Wholesome story by Jedi. Also, it's just about time for us to freeze. Well, actually, let's keep making money until it starts getting dangerous. Cheapest wine in my country is probably $5. $5 is pretty cheap. That's pretty cheap. I think that we need to have Kenny work out with that customer of his. Work out? What? You think that I'm not beefy enough? Lynn says not beefy enough. Lynn's looked Kenny up and down and said, you could use some training. You could use some training with Arnold. With your friend Arnold. Oh, a master lock, eh? I love a challenge. I'll have you know that I'm a master lock pick man. $23. Whoa. Let's go. Let's go. Lynn says every work day, Kenny, is a $2 wine day. Every day. Every day is a $2 wine day. Every work day, at least. Oh, do. Big dude has little ones at home. Oh my goodness, I can't even speak Texan. Listen, there have been questions of whether I can speak English, but now we've just confirmed that I can't even speak Texan, where I'm from. Little ones. We got little ones at home. Also, nice jacket. Woo! That's the jacket that I need. Kenny's stealing from customers. What? Of course I am. It's part of the game, man. I can't avoid it. I can't avoid it. And if you went shopping at this gas station, I'd steal from you too. That's a promise. Wow, Kenny's just stealing from people right in front of him. That's literally part of the game, Drex. I do not understand this game. This game is ridiculous. You can just crack open a police officer's trunk and just steal his stuff right in front of him. The last cop that came to this place, he had 2 coffins in his trunk. These 2 coffins. I took them. They're mine now. The lock picking though is Fallout. Yeah, it's Fallout as Skyrim or whichever one you like better. And we also got an old wagon wheel. An old wagon wheel. How about we put the old wagon wheel on the clock? Just kidding. There we go. Now I got that. God forbid we try to get him to say wee bairns. Wee bairns? Bairns? Yeah, wee bairns. What can I say? Oh, here's some wine, sir. Nice drip. Nice sneaks. Looks good. Hi, wee bairns. What? Is that not the way to say it? Come on now. I don't think that the cop would notice 2 missing coffins. How do you argue that they're your coffins? He'd be like, that has my blood on it. I mean, That wasn't my fault. That was the physics. The physics knocked it off. I'm sorry, ma'am. That wasn't me. That wasn't me. You love the rolling R. The wee burns. There we go. And it's all mopped up. Any poop? No poop. No poop. No poop. All right. Now we got to fix it. What can I do for your car? What's wrong with your... Oh my gosh. It's Killer Croc again. Killer Croc. I'm just going to leave the hood up. I'm going to leave the bonnet askew. The bonnet is askew, and the customer wants petrol. Oh my. Why, this car's got so much smog, it's as smelly as a lorry. Yes, sir. We'll fix you right up. Pickle off. Gotta teach him some Gaelic. That'll make the Scottish easier. What? No, I can't learn Gaelic. I'm too dumb. I'm too dumb to live. All right. Let us replace. Replace. All right. Bing, bang, boom. And the car's done. $260. That's right, sir. Thank you very much. Big money, big money, big money. We make all of our money over there. I almost feel like we shouldn't even sell anything to these customers. The first thing that I can do is the first thing I'm doing if I get an employee is setting them to do this internal stuff, because there's no money in it. There's no money in it, you guys. The fueling makes more money, honestly, I think. Let me see. How much is this going to be? 57 bucks. That's worth the time. That's worth the time, but it ain't worth helping these customers at the door. I'm just doing it because it suckers people to come in and use my car repair services. Okay? It's like the McDonald's fries. We make them cheap. Make them cheap so that people buy our burgers. There we go. Just gonna steal a little bit of stuff. Here we go. Bing, bang, boom. Oh, hang on. Easy now. We got this. Ah, where is it? I'm getting further away. This is really particular. There we go. We got it. It's true, though. And not you being dumb. That's a lie. That is true. I am not dumb. I am not dumb. I was just teasing myself. Let's go. Here you go, ma'am. Here you go. Some chunkies. Oh, I hope you enjoy the crossword puzzles. Pretty much what I asked for, she said. What do you mean? The lockpicks really don't break much. Yep, I've broken one. You break them if you see, like in Skyrim, the master locks that you do, you essentially barely torque it and then it'll ruin it. Not this one though. Maybe because he's really good at the game. No, it's way easier than Skyrim. It's way easier than it should be. Boop, there we go. And nobody's at the garage. Nice. Nice. There's the coffin. My hopes and dreams. Here lies Squidward's hopes and dreams. There we go. This place is looking nice. I'd say it's about time to give it a little fresh coat of paint or something. Maybe we should paint some of that. Oh my gosh. How do we even paint all this? You need something to be done with your car? My favorite. Let me help. Yeah. Let me just raise up this car while you're still in it. All right, let's take a look. Let's take a look. What do you got? What's the deal with... Oh, no. Oh, no. I don't have the tires for you, ma'am. This is not good. I lack a tire for the first time. For the first time, I don't have enough of them. For the first time in forever. It is we do have $900. And we won't even buy a tire for our clients. Ay. Oh, it's the second time. Twice. Fool me once. Shame on you. Fool me twice. And hello, Lex. Oi. Lex, thanks for the 8 months.
What? It's just an ordinary... Oh my goodness! Lex just subscribed for 8 months. I can't believe it, Lex. Welcome back. Thank you so much. What? It's just an ordinary sub... Oh my goodness! It's Lex!
Wahoo! Lex, thank you so much for the big subbies. Oi, oi, oi. I hope you're having a wonderful day. I can't believe that's been 8 months. These numbers keep getting bigger and I'm freaking out. I'm freaking out.
What? It's just an ordinary... Oh my goodness! Squidward! What, Mr. Krabs? You're afraid of a little bit of competition? No, I'm not afraid of competition.
You're a bit frustrated. Your work went back into lockdown. Oof. Lex, didn't you just get back to work? I'm sorry. The guy who took the airline company to court over losing his luggage has lost his case? Which guy? I didn't even hear about this guy, Calico. Luggage. Luggage, bluggage. Who needs it? Who needs luggage? Not me. Me, I don't check luggage ever. I keep everything in a carry-on. And by carry-on, I don't mean rotten flesh. That's a different word, you guys. This is carry on, not carrion. Okay, there we go. Oh. Lost his case. Oh. Oh. Oh, lost his luggage. So he lost the case. Oh. You had me going there. You had me going, not gonna lie. Lost the case. Oh no! Here I was thinking that Calico was being a helpful newsmith. Stream over. If you need help to crack the case, I suggest hitting it with some rocks. What? Crack the case? Might I suggest tossing the case off of a building? Life proof. All right, what a dad joke. Indeed. What a dad joke. Coyote Paw Car Parts. Here we go. I know. You could stop your honking. You know what? We should clean up this garage. We should clean up the garage next time that we shut down the place. Next time that we shut it down, we're going to come in here and we're going to do a little bit of cleanup because it is looking nasty out here. It is looking nasty. All right, sir. Peace. Get the flip out of here. Let me close this door. I've got customers. Customers. We should go to the person at the garage first because they've been waiting for a minute and I made them wait because now I got tires. Did that close that door? I don't know if I did it prematurely. Gotta hurry. Otherwise, we're going to be in trouble. You joined a new Discord today and it has a puns only channel. Oh, dear. At least they're keeping them contained. Look, the door's open. Oh, no. Look. Oh, no. This is less gas station than full service station, isn't it? It's true. Bell Blue, we do everything here. We do everything, even foot massages. All right, we better giddy on up in here.
Better giddy on up in here and help this fella out before he gets mad.
It looks like people don't get mad if you take forever, which is nice. It's always stressful. There we go. Boom. 10 tires. We should probably just keep like a mega stock of tires just in case. You were in a stream where they threatened to ban me for posting a pun? Oh my. Lex sounds like some sorry suckers. Sounds like a chat that's worth leaving, in my opinion. But that's just me, because I like puns. But, I like puns that I get. A gas station foot massage seems sus. Oh, wow. Sus. Shaking my head. You don't trust these hands of mine? Ay. But, oh no, my friend's bike broke. She tried standing up, but it was oh no, my friend's bike broke. She tried standing it up, but it was too tired. Oh no. Not too tired, poor bike. Can we get a GoFundMe for this bike and make sure that it can have a nice relaxing vacation? Somebody's pushed this bike too far. You're dropping trash on the floor. I'm so big mad at all of y'all. All y'all make me big mad. Look, I'm taking out the trash.
We're taking out the trash.
That's not a fun punishment. Oh, dear. Punishment for being a dirty pun dealer. All right, sir. Let me just feel. Oh my gosh, look at this guy. He's got a Sons of Guns shirt. You got guns on your shirt? You get the skirt. All right. Oh no, free cigarettes. The one thing that I didn't want to give away. You botched it. Yeah, I botched it. I gave you free cigarettes. What are you so mad about? These people have got not a lick of sense in their head. All right, now get out of here. Now get out of here. Let's see. We got plenty of newspaper. We need some booze. We need booze and some drinks. Let's get a couple of them real quick. Oh, not fuel supply. What am I doing? Delivery products. Let's get some soft drinks. What's cheap? This and Aunt Betty's tonic. Still doesn't sound very appetizing, if I'm honest. We'll get some of this, and let's leave the rest alone for now. What else could we buy? We could buy another ice cream, if there's a new one. Bold berries. That's a fresh choice. Maybe we could get some more car care, possibly? Home cooking 101. What a deal. I couldn't look over that, you guys. Alcohol at a gas station is also kind of sus. Oh, Jason, you need to stop being so suspicious. You got to stop being so suspicious and just accept that life is a little bit sus. Life itself is a little sus. Hey there, sir. Let me just, I'll help you out with the vehicle. Let me just get this lifted up and we'll take a look, okay? All right, let's take a look. So what are you taking this car in for? Let's see, we got a couple of tires need replacing. No problem. I can get you fixed up with that. Just be removing your lug nuts. We'll get off this filthy old tire. We got you something new and fresh. We'll get this rotated and you will be right on your way, sir. Let me just get this last tire here. All right. We'll dispose of this. Of course, there's a $5 disposal fee for all of these tires. All right, there you go. And that should, oh wait. Oh, you said that you need some oil. Okay, we can get you fixed up there too. Just fill her up to the level. That's a lot of oil, sir. A lot of oil. All right, how do I get out of here? All right. A mere $200. What a steal. What a steal, if I do say so myself. All right, come on in. Let's unload. Supply 66. Have you got the booze? The booze that I ordered? There we go. All right. Oh, there's so much that we had to carry it twice. You mean that I can't carry every box? I try to make sure that I never buy too much at Walmart, that I can't carry it all for my car. Also, hi there, Silvery Soul. Hi there, Tin. What's up? Hey! Silvery Soul and Tin. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? We got to get rid of these sacks of flour. We got to get rid of this. It's making us look like we're poor. We're not. We're going to make it fancy. We got to just make a little bit more money, you guys. Everybody sends Kenny some good karma. Oh, what? Good karma for me? Karma. Interesting. Thanks. Appreciate it. BRB kitty dinner time. Sounds good. Get those cats taken care of.
All right, we got a bunch of people over here.
I'm sorry, I can't employ anybody. It's against the Arizona state legislature for me to be able to, They passed a law recently saying that you have to be a level 5 gas station to have employees. I'm so sorry. All right. Now we can be stocking up stuff. Don't forget the alcohol. Wait a second. That's all? That's all that we got? All that money spent? Look how much Aunt Betty's tonic we got for the same price. No more products. Yeah, we got some bold berries. Yum, yum. Yum, yum. We could use some more chips. And then I think that we need to go to... We need to open up the bus station. Let's see what happens. I think it's just going to make like a surge of people. Though I suppose they'll all be buying stuff from the interior. It'd be weird if somebody went on a bus trip and bought car care products, but I bet you that they do. Okay, so we need snacks and alcohol? Snacks and alcohol. Let's buy some of that. I don't know why I didn't buy more just now. Let's go for... Oh, it's because the alcohol is all expensive right now. Maybe we'll leave that alone and we'll just get some snackies. Some Chips Way, and popcorn. Get those delivered soon enough. Hang on. Let's just make sure that we... Now that I bought home cooking. Oh, I just need to stock it. Let's get another car care thing, a cleaning sponge. There we go. And home cooking's on the shelves now. We're probably going to close it after we do the... In fact, I say that we make the bus station and let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Let him at me. Here we go. Let's see what happens. Boom, $99. Bus stop reconstruction. Renovating the bus stop will once again signal drivers that you're willing to help the passengers. Wait a second. So is this just like buying... What does it do? Does it just attract customers for a short while? Seems to almost be promotional. Hang on, let me help out this garage. Yeehaw! Come on now. Down, down, down. Let's clean this up. Do, 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 do. I saw that, Lens. I'm gonna read that full message in a second. Let me just help out this guy with the car. What'd you say? She's taken a month off or so lately. You haven't seen her much. Who are we talking? Are we talking about Nicole B? Yeah, she took a week off, a month off. I saw her in this stream recently. I saw her in this stream and I was like, I miss you. Where have you been? And she confirmed that she had been away. I was worried that I had I was missing her streams as well. But no, she hasn't been on in forever. I haven't been able to raid her. Nicole's a funny bean. I like that bean. We will raid her as soon as we can. Because it's been forever. Nicole took a big break. You had wondered what happened? Well, she's just getting stuff done. She just took a little break. Took a little break, but I think that she might be back soon. Just life stuff. Life stuff just gets in the way sometimes. But she said everything's good. All right. Fill it up just enough. And the final thing is a mirror? No, it's a door. Okay. Doop, 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 doop. Clean it up. There we go. Wipey, wipey. Faster. This takes loads of time. Oh, and that's not it. What else do we need? Oh, there is another mirror. Holy moly, buddy. You're going to be charged like, say, $300 for this. There we go. $400. Wow. Wow. That's some serious moolah. Load up all this trash and let's get our supplies. So we bought the gas station. What happened? There's 3 people at the cash register. That's not an unusual amount. Oop. Jinx. Oh. Gotcha. All right, sir. Load it up. You've returned, Calico. The cats have been cared for. The Calico kitties have been cared for. Welcome back. Do, 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 do. All right. All right, buddy, get out of here. I gotta close these doors. Try not to get run over by the truck. They won't run over you. They'll just honk in your face. They'll go bam, 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 bam. Zoot. They're munching away. Do you feed your cats dry food or wet food? Do, 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 do. So there's 9 people at the cash register. Holy moly. And full. Oh my gosh. There's aliens. This is the alien convention. And they've made a mess. Oh my gosh. You aliens, you. Y'all stink. Stop dancing. Holy moly. They tracked all this junk in here. This place is a mess. We are 100% in New Mexico. This music's great for this guy's dance. Oh my gosh. There's too many people. How am I gonna take care of all these beans? It's Coco. Hey, how are you doing? Oi, oi, oi. We're raiding Area 51 raid vibes. The raid's here. Hey, Coco, I hope you're doing good today. What's up? We're trying to take care of our dang old gas station, but people are making a mess. All right, now it's time to make some money. Here we go. Boom. They're gonna buy out my entire store. I guess that this is a good way to liquidate stock. Take us to your leader, or we'll trash your place. Take me to your leader. Look at this, and there's a cop here, and he's not doing anything. No surprise. Cop's only here for cigarettes, Mr. Burton, and a tonic. Get out of here. Get out of here. Look at them, they're moving. The aliens. I love them. I love them. They're welcome here anytime that they want. Scan combo's getting taller. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Also, why'd they put the scanner on the other side of the basket? Wouldn't it be so much easier going the other way? But then we'd have no game. Do. It's the disco. It's the Dino Alien Convention. Oh, yeah. What do you got, buddy? What are you buying? It says serve all the bus customers and wait for it all to leave. A client influx is a double-edged sword. Try to maximize as much gain as you can. Well, yeah. I think that it's basically saying make sure that you're stocked up. Which I'm kind of stocked up. I probably could have stocked it a little bit better. This is just a good way to, like, suffer. Are we invited to the alien party? Sure. But it looks like we've got plenty of aliens. So if you come, make sure that you use the dino suit, please. We need more dinos. And they're dancing. He said, I owe you one. Look at that tongue. Whoa. Oh, yeah. Get it going. Dance. Yeah, so I think that you purchase their arrival here for $99 essentially, back from the laundry, and there's a party. You bet there is. Random House, y'all are all invited. Everybody's invited to the alien party. This alien's got 3 packages of cigarettes, a home improvement magazine, and chips. All right. Ah, yeah, come on. Nice. We all saw that suspicious flying object, didn't we? We all saw it. We know what it is. We know it is, don't we, boys? Come on. Yeah. Oh, look at them. You're tearing it up. I don't even have a rug for them to tear up. I don't have a rug for you to cut, but you're still going. You're going. We got 2 dinos left. 2 dinos. Have we made $100? Was it worth $100 for all this? I'd say so. Look at him. He came on a bus, but he's buying car improvement stuff. I guess you take the bus when your car's busted. Oh, yeah, buddy. Looking good, dude. Yeah, dude. Look at all the disco in the chat, dude. Get it, Dino Man. Looks like these are all the dinos. You're the final one, buddy. The party stops here. Party's over. Ah, yeah, buddy. You're not a special bus customer. I wonder if you can actually see the bus out there. We should take a look. You can! It's the party bus! Yo, the party bus is here! Let me in! Let me in! Oh, yeah! Go, Dino Man, go! Ah, he disappeared! No, I went in the party bus. Let me in! All right. Yeah, he's jiving. He's shucking and jiving. Look at him go. Oh, Yeah. Get in there. Task complete. The party bus. Let me in. What the heck? What the heck was that? Enough working at this gas station. Give up humanity. Join alien kind. Reject humanity. Embrace the alien. Please embrace the Martian. Embrace the Martian. I come in peace. Do. Embrace the Martian. And this is how it sounds. Embrace the Martian. No. Y'all made a mess, but I am so blessed to have you. All right, we're mopping it up. Here we go. It looks like a time in there. I know. Real party moments. Only real party animals know what it's like. Here we go. We put the bold berries. Let's see. We should be all stocked up again. Yeah, I sure was well stocked for this. I think that we took full advantage of that. Except for maybe not in alcohol and tobacco. But we made we're at $1,400. So now we're supposed to answer a call from our uncle. Uh-oh. What's he gonna do then? What's he gonna do? He did a cool glitch into that bus. He kind of just floated in. We got new mail, and we gotta, let's... Aw, dang it, they left. Oof, I was too slow. They have patience meters? Kind of, yeah. It seems like you don't get in trouble. I don't know. But they will give up eventually. All right, let's talk to our man. Ring ring. This is Unc. Hope you didn't get trampled underneath all the customers coming from that bus. I've heard workers tell me that they're a little different between a passenger bus and Armageddon. There's a little difference. Now, if you're feeling overworked, how about investing in some help? Trust me, it's a completely different experience being the one in charge. Give it a shot. Okay, looks like we can hire employees now. Nice. Let's try to get a, what kind of employees can we get? A trailer. We need an employee camper van. A camper van and some common space for your employees to live while they work at the station. It provides for every basic need that they might require. Well, what a convenient thing to purchase. Help wanted. We can get some employees. Nice. I don't have to do everything around here anymore. Okay, who are we gonna hire, you guys? Are we gonna hire John? Or are we gonna hire Emily? This says, the resume has no hesitation in telling you that this person is looking for a temporary job. Her goal is to become a socialite based off her listed personal information. Her previous work experience has been mundane jobs at a service level, but by the numbers she's worked in the industry for 4 years now. Though her behavior and previous work records seem to make the claim false. She's noted to get along with only a chosen few people. She's been fired twice. What the heck? Okay, John, what about you? John's resume makes it clear that he's overqualified for the job. He finished law school and held a job as an attorney. He ceased working in law at a strange time. Too early to be a career choice mistake. Too late to be disenfranchised with his line of work. He does not seem willing to elaborate. His website, surprisingly not defunct, holds opinions of his clients. He is noted to be outgoing, easily approachable, with no service experience. You can only use his opinions to judge his effectiveness. I don't know, you guys. I kind of want to go for John. He's overqualified. He's got a law degree. He's got a law degree. Finally, someone we can exploit someone else. No. Oh my goodness. Wait, do they have to live there too? They do. I think John is overqualified. And this other character, I don't know. I can't even pronounce their name. Both sound sketchy. They are. Let me see. Oh, look. Oh, they've got levels of stuff. I didn't even pay attention. She's got fueling level 2, cleaning level 2, cash register level 2, repairing number 2. He's got all ones. He's low level. But his salary is more. She's way better. I'm taking a risk. I'm taking a risk on her. It's Amelie. Amelie? What the heck? I've never even heard of that name before. Amelie? What? Amelie? Okay, well, I want Amelie to work over here. Let's see. Start talking. Show stats. Yeah, let's talk. Let's set your task list. I want you to handle the register. Job complete, it says? Okay, you need to get your buns over here. It's a great movie. It's Amelie. Amelie? Amelie? Amelie. I'm learning. Amelie. Here she comes. Go, Amelie, go. Look, she's got a health bar. Let's beat her up. Let's beat her up. She won't survive this job. Amelie. Dad, I'm trying. I don't know French. I don't know French. Amelie. Look at her salary is, what the heck? Her salary is -2. -2.7. What is happening over here? Actually, it's a Greek it's Greek, and it's pronounced I'm a coot e p. I'm a cootie pea. What? Wait a second. Welcome to Break the Socialite Simulator. Indeed. You want to be a socialite? Well, it's time for you to socialize with these groceries. Excuse me? I'm going to be stealing while my concerning employee over there is doing their job. I am going to be stealing from our customers. We just made, look, it shows like the money pop up, but we still have to pay her. That's the worst part. It says, let your employee work for 8 hours. We got to let him. I want him to. Oh, there we go. Never mind. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Here he comes. Here he comes. Break in quick. Hurry. We still got time. Hey, we got it. We got the $21. Nice. We yoinked it. We got some mail. Here we go. Come on, waiting for the customer's order. Let's go. Do you need to set her salary? I don't think so. She had a set salary. That's actually why I chose her, because she's better at everything than that other guy. And her salary is lower. It's pretty great. I think that button over their head is how much money I owe them, essentially. At the end of the month, I guess? Doot. There we go. All cleaned up. Okay. Okay. I've been focused so hard on this employee. Now I need to get back to making sure that everything's stocked. We need some more mirrors. Let's see. We need mirrors, scratch doctor, and tires. We could use a little bit more of all. Let's stock up just a little bit. Excuse me. Let's grab car parts. Ah, tires are a bad price right now. So I scratch remove. Everything's a bad price. Get a little bit of engine oil though. We'll wait for a minute and see if we can get it for cheaper. And what did we need? Alcohol. See, we got some good prices now. Nice. And cigarettes. Don't have barely any of this. They bought it all up. The greedy beggars. Okay, can I buy all this? Is this too expensive? Nope. Good. Let's go. Let's go. Well, I'm sorry that you want a specific cookie. There's plenty of other options. Let's see. We only got 2 things over here. Well. Walked up to you breaking into their car with nary a comment. I mean, this is set in Canada. Nobody wants to bother anybody. Everybody's very friendly. Oh, thanks now. Thanks now for stealing me stuff. Doodly-doo-doo. All right, Buster. What's the deal with this car? What's going on here? Scratch doctor. Clean it up now. Oh, yeah. Why'd that cop want a beer? Oh, come on. Everybody wants a beer. Did you see that money? Nice. We're making cash while we're working. Imagine. This is wild. This is a true-to-life simulator. You can make money while you work. Wait, set in Canada? They sell booze at the gas station? Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. I have no idea. All I know is that they got bagged milk. I don't know anything about their gas station situation. Here's all the loot. All the loot. I hear ya. I hear ya. We've got $1,000. Maybe we can hire another person. I did see a timer that was set to let us hire more people. We could see if we can maybe find a better employee than either one of them. Somebody that needs fuel. If we get another fuel pump, we could get a pump master. Am Canadian. We do not sell beer at the gas station. There is beer at American gas stations. It's true. It's true. You can buy alcohol. I wish that we were getting as many trucks as you are in this game. You wish that you were getting as many trucks? I'm confused. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Boom. Oh, at work. I didn't know that you had trucks sending in stuff, Calico. There's one gas station in my province that does, but it's also the post office. It's the post office and a gas station, and it sells beer. What a deal. What a deal. It's a one-stop shop. You can send a postcard to your nan. You can buy some alcohol, and you can fuel up. Good deal. Good deal. All right, I think she's getting tired. She's got like 2 more minutes to go. All right, sir officer, let's fill her up. I think that we're gonna upgrade the gas station, and let's hire another person if we can. Employee, let's see if we can hire another one. Looks like 8 minutes until we have another option. Yeah, I don't want to hire John. He's only level 1 and he's expecting way too much payment. Oh, and you have to buy a van for each person too. To house more employees. Yeah, I don't think so. So maybe we should maybe we actually shouldn't upgrade anything then. We could definitely open up another parking spot. A second serviceable parking lot. This one you have to clean and pay for by yourself. Doubles the amount of space. You cannot make a purchase before cleaning the area. Okay. So maybe after they are done with their shift, they'll rest up. I'll close the shop for a bit, and then we can do a little bit of renovation. You can get ready for the next round. Oh yeah, we can stock up stuff. Stock it up. Okay, that doesn't do. Oops. Oh dear. No, stop throwing stuff. I want to stock. Let me see. Yeah, once you place stuff, you can't go backsies. Cleaning sponge. I forgot to put those up. No more products there. We got some more berries. So you got any snackies? Nope, no snackies. Newspaper? Nice. Alcohol. Let's place 10 for starters. And then we fill it out. Nice. You getting tired yet? Almost time to go. Does it have character at the garage? Let's go. What do we got? How can I help you? How can I service this vehicle for you, ma'am? Looks like we got ourselves a busted old tire. We'll get this figured out right now. The queer pigeon, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. Hi there, pigeon. Milk and bag. You open and pour. Easy. Easy, your silly cartons are such an odd shape. Disgusting. Imagine cartons. No, thank you. I don't drink milk, so I don't have a problem. Bag or no bag, there'll be no milk for me. There we go. Both two broken rear view mirrors, eh? What happened? What happened, my lady? Boy, on to the fuel, to the fuel. It says pay your worker for their labor. Okay. Pay. Right now. Pay all or pay premium. What the heck does pay premium mean? I think that you pay a premium if you don't pay them often enough. I did. I paid all. I did it. Fire employee. That's exactly right. Okay, now we've got a standard challenge. We got cars to fuel. We got shops to... We got shoppers to serve. We got to repair cars, and we got to get tips. That's the challenge. It says complete all the challenges to be able to upgrade the gas station. And yeah, let's see. So what's that bar? What's the bar? Are you almost done? Johnny, what's up? You're back. You're back, Johnny. Oi. How you doing, Johnny? Here we go. Here we go. What do we got? What do we got? Oh, that scared me. Popularity level up. I thought that we just busted the game. I thought we'd busted the game. But no, it's the Dust Bowl. Nice. We're even more popular than before. We're so popular. Popular. Whoops. There goes the trash. Well, at least it went out of the world. See you later. We need to buy all this car stuff still. But last time it was too expensive. It was too expensive, but we need all of the things. We might have to break down and just buy it. even though it's not worth it. Even though it's overly expensive. It's like, look, car wheel, nothing's changed price. It's all the same price. How often does this tick? Oh, is it every day? Yeah, it looks like each day it's a different price. I don't know. I kind of want to upgrade the, Okay, so are you done? Are you going to bed? Night, night. See you later. Good job. You did a great job. I wonder how much I have to micromanage these employees. I can't quite tell. You're doing great. How's the stream? The game looks fun. It is indeed fun. It is lots of fun. I'm enjoying it so far. Did y'all see that? Am I going crazy? Or did that guy just try to drive away with no car? That guy just tried to sit down with no car and drive away. There he is. You magical man. I don't know how you did it. I don't know how you did it, but you tell me your secrets one day. Promise. I'll take that as a promise. Okay, let's get an old Bessie. Let's get an old Bessie. It's time to clean up. There's a bit of a messy lot over here. Better look out. Oh. Uh-oh, no fuel. Hang on now. We gotta fill up this fuel. Pardon me, sir. Just gotta be filling up this jerry can. He jumped in the invisible boatmobile. The invisible boatmobile. Yahoo! I'll have a large Krabby Patty Deluxe and a bingo burger for the boy. I'm not a boy. Oh. All right. You can be a little bit more patient. You could handle a little bit more patience. Boom. That's right. Your car is destroyed. Am I stuck? Let me out. Boom. Push him. That's right. Show him who's boss. I'm the boss. I'm the boss. I make the rules. Well, it's time to get out of here. I've got work to do. Stop distracting me. Move out of the way. Here we go. Look out. Look out. Can I knock down some stuff? I'm ready to hit this fuel tank with all I've got. We got to clean up this big old mess. All right. How do we scoop? How many scoops is this going to be? Maybe 2? Let's go dump it in the sand pit. You looked it up. Milk carton kids were a thing from the 80s through the late 90s. Milk carton kids. That's some kind of mascot for milk? A milky mascot. Oh boy, nothing better than cow juice. You're one of them carton kids, aren't you? How are your bones so strong? We drink milk all the time. Who needs water when you can have milk? Milk. Malk. Boom, 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 boom. I just used some turbo, but you can't even notice because it's garbage. Pick it up. Scoop. There we go. Now it's nice and beautiful. Oh, when kids disappeared. Oh, like a. Have you seen this person aged up by 50 years? Have you seen this kid? Stop drinking milk for 2 seconds and think about somebody else for once. For 2 seconds, could you think about these missing children? Stop eating your cereal. Start solving crimes. Boyan, boyan. Oh, let's clean up this place. This place is a mess. We need somebody to do all the sweeping around here. People leave. There is no leave. I suppose you could see it that way. Oh, what? I'm back, Sir Suds. What advancements have you got? Oh, well, I tell you what. I tell you what came in. We have, well, one of the things that we did was that we used the bus stop. And the big party bus came through. The party bus came through. And we also upgraded our... I think that you saw me upgrade the warehouse. I don't know if you saw me upgrade the... we upgraded the car place as well. To do engine oil now. And also, this person's stuck here. They want to leave, but they're not allowed. See, this is why you got to reset cars sometimes. Because this game be broken. The car place is pink. What? You didn't see that? Oh my. But we've expanded quite a bit since then. Let's restart. I know. It's Hotel California. What? It's the Hotel California. Such a lovely place. They still print missing children pics on the back pages of the instructions of W-2s and 1099s? Really? I did not know that. I know that they put them in those advertisements that you get in the mail that you can't stop. I would like for them to stop wasting paper and stop sending me those things, but they've got no sense in their brains. They won't let me free. Okay, looks like we're all pretty well stocked here. Everything's shut down at the moment, so we can kind of take a look around. Maybe we should clean up some trash. Maybe mop up these bathrooms. Make it look spickle-sparkle. Sparkling. We could also upgrade our gas pumps, maybe? Let's take a look. Gas station is upgraded after we do some more steps. Yeah, maybe I will make it so that there is a... That's probably an other... Oh yeah, we're supposed to do parking. So we'll purchase a new parking spot so that more people can be here. Go to the Toity. We could buy another Toity if we wanted to. It's 150 for a whole stall. That's pretty good. 150, no biggie. Another fuel dispenser. All right, we're investing, you guys. We're investing. Then the bus stop. I think that you just hit this whenever you want it to go crazy. Fuel dispenser. Okay. I think that we've done enough. Can we upgrade our workshop anymore? Yes, we can. But what would that do? It doesn't seem to unlock anything. Level 2. Spark plug. Is that what happens? That's a lot of money, though. It's a lot of cash. I don't know if we should go for it. Warehouse. We can't upgrade that anymore. I want to see what's the deal with this workshop. Car batteries now. We're going to spend some moolah. We're spending some moolah. Whoa, yes, it's bigger in here. It is now officially large, and now I think that it messed up our paint job. No? Paint job still doing good. Now we've got car batteries, we got tires, we got engine oil, and we still got the scratch remover and the mirrors. I probably should have bought stock before I upgraded the building, but that's all right. That's all right. We'll be making loads of money from this employee. So, can we see the employee, like, recharging their stamina? Start talking to them. Task list. Go on a break. Oh, you can give them a break whenever, eh? It doesn't show them out here. Where is their trailer located? Is it out here in the slums? Are they slumming it out here in the park? Oh, here they are. Resting and recuperating, eh? How are you doing? I'll pay you right now, okay? And I can't talk with them. What's up, cat? Thank you very much for the follow. Let me clean up some of this mess. I can't clean up this empty old beer bottle. That's not trash. That's a treasure. That's treasure. Yeah, well, let me throw away any of this stuff. All of this is treasure, including that empty soda bottle. All right. I suppose you're getting some rest, and I'm glad for you. We got to complete some challenges. Cars fueled. Oh my, there's so many to do. Check the floor in the shop. It looks dirty. Oh dear. We got to clean it up. Oh my, it does look kind of dirty. Can you wipe this? With a broom? I don't know if you can clean this. Go pump that gas. Hey, it's Malice. What's up? What's up, Malice? Oi, oi, oi. I'm thinking about doing a little bit of painting. I'm not sure. I think that our buildings look pretty good so far. The real question is, what are we going to do with this big one over here? Maybe it's always been here. I don't know. It's just for style. Makes it look better. Yeah, you can paint all of these walls. Oh my goodness. Maybe we can just take like a couple of chunks out of this. Your favorite troll? My favorite troll as well. Best troll. Malice, best troll, bar none. Hands down. Hands down the best troll in the game. I'm thinking it looks good. I think a little bit of white looks good. You got to troll this weekend. What? Does that mean that you were playing some D&D this weekend? Or did you dress up? What happened? Oh, you went to the fair. Nice. Cosplay time. Aw, yeah. Was it like a Renaissance festival? Was it a Renaissance? Let's clean this up a little bit. Maybe we can clean up the warehouse just a smidgen. I don't want to paint this entire building. We could just paint a little bit. This really makes the windows stand out in a bad way. Yeah, let's take a look inside. Get out of that. It was a Ren Fair up in Flotsam, California. Awesome sauce. Renaissance festivals are the best. The best. It's been quite a while since I've been to one. I could use another one. More Renaissance festivals. Let's throw away these bags. Let's throw away a couple of these. We'll clear it out and we can decorate it however we want later. We should get the trash out of here. It's been here for so long. It's been so long. Here, toss it in. Bop. Dang it. Come on. I believe in you. No. In. No. No, bear. Coffee Mod's gonna go... is going to what is supposed to be a business of coffee procuration. I shall return shortly. Sounds good. Go get yourself some coffee. Get some coffee, Jedi. Yum, yum. Yum, yum. Get that coffee. Get that coffee. Mm-hmm. Oh. Glitching. Lots of these objects are super glitchy. Come on, here we go. Up. Up we go. Up. There we go. That'll do. I don't know if they remove trash from it if it's sitting on top. I don't know. What are the trash men gonna do? Whenever they see this mess, they'll think, oh, this is too much. It's too much of a mess. Not even a trash man can handle this. There we go. Going the way the vood. Going away the barrel. That trash? Oh my gosh. I can't believe it. This is coffee left by the coffee mod themselves. You want coffee? Maybe I wake up early tomorrow to get it. Ooh. You know, Linz, I heard a lot of trash talk about Monsters, but I actually like Monsters too. Monsters pretty good. I like energy drinks. I don't drink them very often, but they're good. They're tasty. I'm just scared of how they affect my body, but it is pretty I think that I like Red Bull better than Monster, but Red Bull's too expensive. Red Bull makes my pockets bleed. There we go. Just chucking some trash, you guys. Just getting it ready. Because we always have to throw out trash for the other place, though. Some haters in Discord shaking my head. They think that coffee, tea, and water are the only things that exist. Where my soda fam at? Boop. Here we go. Bop. We're throwing away everything. Even the guitar. Even Papa Bear. Papa Bear is going in the garbage. See you later, Pooh. I'm sorry that you had to be ended like this. But this place is just a mess. I need it cleaned up. Maybe I can redecorate later. But for now, we're removing it all. All right, this is actually quite enough. And we'll close up the door and let's start the job again. Oh no, not Papa Bear. Papa Bear's going down. Papa Bear is dead. Boing, boing, to the gas station. We can't hire any more people. Let's take a look around. Everything's looking stocked up. We're ready to go. Open up for at least another day. You're throwing out your bear? I'm so sorry. Die, I've grown too old for bears. I'm too old for bears. I'm a grown man now. Oh yeah, I upgraded this. Nice. Lots of upgrades. This place is coming together. We could always buy more racks. I just thought about that. Yeah, because I can store more stuff on the inside. Hey, Reachpad, what's up? How are you doing? Oi, oi, oi. Is that one of my favorite tigers? Hey. Boyan. Reachpad. We have our beautiful pink gas station. We're running the whole thing by ourselves and our one employee. Never too old for bears. Is that true? I can't bear to hear it now that I've already thrown out mine. We could, you know, make like lots of tobacco stands, lots of alcohol stands, lots of snack stands, and then we can hold more of our stock inside of the building. And I don't think that it goes bad in here. We should start cheesing it, you guys. Then we don't have to order so much stuff. Where's the money people? Hey, where's the people that want to give me their money? I didn't realize that that convo was in Kenny's Discord. Uh-oh. Ah, it's stuck. It is. Look at it. Look at it. Oh, and now it's gone. I don't know how that happened. What the heck? Ah, you fixed it. Thank you, Dad and Belle. Y'all fixed it. Hey, dude, I've been lurking for a bit. Need to redeem my daily... Ah, oh, thank you. I'm glad that you redeemed it. Thank goodness. Thank you. Thank you. And thanks for lurking. I appreciate it.
You're a lifesaver. No, you're a lifesaver.
You're a candy. You're sweet. No, you're sweet. Yeah, we definitely need to hire somebody to do this gas eventually because this is too much work. Too much work. I don't want to work anymore. I give up on work. No more work. All right, now it's time for us to hire some people. And by hire, I mean get our employees' buns in here. Excuse me. You're gonna be working the. What's with the loading bar thing? You're gonna be handling the register, just like yesterday. Okay. Here's a new character that we could hire. Andrew. Less salary. I see. Less salary. Oh, the salary depends on their job that they're doing. Interesting. So John is a cheaper cash register, but Andrew is a cheaper fueler. Does Andrew just finished working 3 jobs simultaneously? His resume notes that he's looking for a more profitable work, no matter the difficulty. A little more time to himself than before. He has good service experience and is noted to get along well with his coworkers. He enjoys the outdoors, hiking, and camping. The last thing on his resume notes that he's trying to save money for either a potential trip or immigration to Europe. What? He's trying to get out of there. He's trying to leave. He's trying to escape. Oh my gosh. Now that I've opened up this other spot, look at all these customers. Holy moly. You're going to be working hard. We're going to be working hard today. Today's a big day.
A big day at the gas station.
Wait for the customer's order. We're probably going to have to get some more fuel, won't we? We're going to be running low in just a little bit. Hire me. I would like a job. Did that guy just say that he wanted the job? Get out of here. Get out of here with your whining self. We're doing our best to clean up, but you guys are messy. I love how they're doing the cashier job. I'm doing the low effort labor. I'm doing the low effort labor. There we go. We're chucking it in. Chucking the trash. Maybe we need to order some more stuff. We've got the money. We've got the money. And we need to make sure that we buy some garage stuff first. All right, buddy. What can I do you for? What can I do you for? What's the deal here? Hopefully you don't have a car battery problem. Because I don't have... I don't have any batteries, my guy. Oh, boy. I'm closing this. See you later. Good luck with the car. Good luck with the car. It was nice to meet you. It was lovely to meet you. We have $420. We have enough to be able to buy some stuff. Let's get a delivery of some car parts. Batteries. Ah, they're cheap. They're a good price right now. We should buy 3. Nothing else is cheap. All right. Today is the day for batteries. We're buying all of the batteries. Buy all of the batteries. Yahoo! I'm a sensible businessman. Look, I make most of my money off of fueling. I don't mind about keeping everything in stock. Come on now. Let's go. All the batteries. We're going to have battery acid for lunch, dinner, and second dinner. Lunch for dinner, supper, breakfast, second breakfast. Who's dirtying up the bathroom? Hey, you're getting your filthy prints everywhere. Also, we got 2 different We got 2 different stalls now. Can you believe it? This bathroom's a 2-seater. Have you ever sat on a 2-seater toilet? I have. Oh, here comes the truck. All right, let's get ready. Open it up. We gotta open up our warehouse. Let them in. Ooh, dinner. You're gonna make some? Nice. Nice. Yum, 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 yum. Dinner. I'm looking forward to dinner. Wait a second. Look at these challenges. But look, they're serving customers right now. It's at 8 out of 100. It's at 8 out of 100. Are you still serving people in here? 8. Where does it go? Is it gonna upgrade? Oh man, I think that I might have to do it all by hand myself. No, it counts. Okay, thank goodness. She's just super slow. All right, we ready to unload? Where's the truck? Why's it taking so long? Chop, chop. Chop, chop. I've got stuff to do. My customer at the garage is going to be angry. Hey, they got those 2-seaters at Philmont. It's true. I think they're blocked. What's happening over there? Are they blocked by the... They're not moving. Yeah, they stuck. What's going on over here, buddy? Oh, we blocked their way with my... Oh, my gosh. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. It's old Bessie. Old Bessie's in the way. Oh, no. Bessie, you did us wrong this time. Boop. There we go. All right. Now, here comes the delivery. And this guy's still here. Well, we do have his car up here, so... I don't know if he can get away. Let's do the fuel really quick, and we'll unload that. Don't want to leave these friendos waiting for too long. This is a pretty quick job, and it's kind of fun. It's got a little bit of challenge here. Hey there, buddy. Where you headed? I see. Just rambling. Maybe someday I'll have enough cash that I'll be able to just buy a truck and just ramble the country. No destination. Come on in now. Oh my. I put the French spelling of toilet. Toilet, very fancy. Aha, I see that Lynn's is a fancy toilet. You speak the fancy language. Get out of here. Shoo. Get. Andrew is a king of garbage. I don't think that we're gonna hire Andrew. Open up that. Let me air it out. There we go. You were carrying all those stinky car batteries. I'm just trying to keep it from being smelly. Don't hit me. Take it easy. All right. Now we can care for you. Now we'll care for your vehicles. We have plenty of car batteries. It's time to find out how to load these suckers in. Open up. All right. How do we do this? Got to remove the leads. Pull this out of here. All you do is you just click stuff. Lead. Boom. That's kind of fun. And then what else have we got, sir? A couple busted tires. All right. I can help you out with that right now. We need to buy some tires. We're running out of the rubber. More rubber.
All right, sir. Sorry for the wait. We just had to order some more products. I apologize for the wait. We'll get you fixed up right now, okay? Look, if we can't get everything done right now, we'll just let you drive out of here for a discount price, okay? But we'll try to get you fixed up just right. There we go. That's better. All right, what else can I do for you? We got some scratches. Let's clean them up. Here we go. We'll just wipe this right up. All right, do you hear the ducks in the background? That's my duck employees. They're cheering me on. There's a customer at the cash register? What? What's my employee doing? Did they quit? What happened to my employee? Hey. What's going on? Slap on that mirror. Let's get out of here. Go. Where are you? What's happening? I'm gonna hire you right now. I mean, fire you. I mean, pay you.
Oh, no. Don't fire them. What did that just say? Warning, if you fire them, then you can't hire them back. Why does it have a picture of Elon whenever you want to fire people? Elon Musk is ready to fire you. What do you do? Elon Musk walks up to you and says, you're fired. What do? Boop. There we go. The employee shift is over? No, they're just going slow. They're going so slow that there's a line forming. What am I paying you for? Here we go. All right. I gotta do all the sweeping. What is the weird quacking? It's this music. This music says calm and relaxing, but that sound effect is not relaxing to me. Steal all of his Dogecoin. So greedy. I can't believe it. Do. All right, let's clean up some junk. Yeah, this game's starting to get more laggy. I think it's because we're adding more mesh. We need tires, and mirrors. We kind of need all the stuff. Yeah. But we might I don't know. We might switch games and play just a little bit of something else. Play a little bit of something else right before bed. Oh, I'm tired. Holy moly. Yeah, maybe we'll play a little bit more of another game. Let's buy some stuff here. Maybe pay employee. I thought that I just did. Didn't I just pay them? I thought I did. Scratch remove is expensive. Everything. What the heck? What's happening? There's a party bus. There's a party bus and they say that it's too dirty in here. People are leaving. People are mad. Holy moly. Just a little bit of trash and everybody's mad. Look at them. Y'all are just... They're bringing in dust. They're bringing in dust and they're getting mad. It's not my problem that y'all are messy. Oh my gosh, dude. How dare. How dare they? It's these Area 51 raiders. These Zoomers ain't nothing but trouble. As soon as I open my shop to all these Zoomers, this is what I get. Dancing their way back to the party bus. All right, fill her up. Here we go. Here you go, sir. Let me just help you out with that fill up, and let's we're gonna be hopping our way back to the warehouse in a second to unload. But first, let's take a look. We've got to buy some more fuel. Goodness, it feels like I spend more than I make. But it just takes a while, you guys. It takes a while for me to make my money back. I'm spending my money to make my money, but the employee's gone. Now I have to do everything. If I can stay up all day and night, then why can't my employees? Look at that. We didn't even have to pay for this Area 51 raid. We could just do it. Karen aliens. They're like, you need to clean it up around here. What am I paying you for? There we go. This music goes along great with their dancing. Look at those aliens. They're getting it. Wait a second. Is that a real alien? Whoa. Area 51 has already lost its aliens. The aliens are on the loose. What if you went to Area 51 and you found out that your friends that you went with were actually aliens all along? Ooh, turkey sandwich. Sounds good. You got any lettuce on that turkey sandwich? Turkey's all right. I don't mind like sliced sandwich turkey. Sandwich turkey, pretty good. Turkey for Thanksgiving, not so good. Too dry of a bird. But somehow the lunch meat's good. I do like the lunch meat. All right, vibe out of here. I'm doing all this work. Do I have to do everything here? Look, fuel's low, cash register, garage, full trash, customer at fuel. Holy crap. I'm stressed out, dude. I'm stressed. I'm just kidding. Where's it? Full trash over here. Seems like they are more annoyed by this trash than they are with the with like a literal bag of trash sitting there. Goodness, y'all are messy. Messy. Look at all these filthy feet. Y'all supposed to rub your feet on the rug. Oh my gosh. You guys are intolerable. And look at all of y'all. He's still dancing. He's still dancing. Need a night shift employee. I do. You have to have 2 employees just to be able to run 1 position. That's a lot. Expensive. I was thinking that I'd have an employee do the fueling next, but I don't know. Maybe. I guess you can't have 2 cashiers, though. You need to get a Roomba, indeed. I could get another employee to do the cleaning. That seems like such a waste. I need somebody that makes money. Get out of here. Yeah, can we get a robot to clean this house? I wish that Roombas worked a little bit better. Because my apartment has way too much carpet. I don't think that a Roomba would ever do it. All right, so we're in your Cornverse t-shirt. Oh my gosh, they keep coming. They keep coming and they don't stop coming and they don't stop coming and they don't stop coming. Well, the customers start. And they don't stop. All right, officer, what can I get for you, sir? What will you be needed out on patrol? I see some ice cream, some more ice cream. A bag of popcorn. More ice cream, more popcorn. Couple of suspicious car cleaner cans. All right, we can help you out with this. They need to make Roombas that can go upstairs. Oh my gosh. If they had little feet, that they could walk around with. They stand up. They stand up after they Roomba around. Then they stand up on their 2 little legs and they start walking up the stairs like a small child. I'm excited for the future. Technology is beautiful. Also, look at the walls. We would need to clean up this place. If we're gonna work at this place anymore, we're gonna need a cleanup. Boop. Getting some lag, but I'm still working through it. Oh, I gave you free menthol, dude. What did you just say? What did you just say to me, my people? Hey, we need to go take care of that car. We've been working this cash register the whole time. I probably should not have been focused so hard on this. Okay, let's fuel up. Fill her up, please. We need full gas. That's right. I'll take the mother load. Oh, we can't even afford it. Okay, how about that much? 100 liters. Oh, looks like the fuel person's gone. Okay, so fuel's not low. Fuel's not gonna be low in a minute. We got a customer in the garage. Hey, we still got time. Still got time to fix up this pretty cool vehicle. Looks like a Mad Max car with no spikes on it. I like it. I like it. I drive this car myself. Looks like we need to unload our stuff at the workshop, then we'll have more tires. Yeah, I think that I've spent a lot of my money on upgrades recently instead of just stocking up everything. So, you know, I've been kind of investing in the future just a little bit. And making some investments. Sometimes you got to stress out the pocketbook a bit. All right, let's get some of these parts out. Thanks for the delivery, man. Appreciate it. Love ya. All right, boss. That'll do. Looks like a GTO. I do not know what a GTO is. Press F to pay respects. Whammo. Gotta wait for old one door to get out of here. And we still got our guy over here. There's 2 customers at the cash register and no employees. Great. I wonder if they left because I didn't pay them. That would be wild. Imagine not being paid and leaving. No way. There's no way that y'all would do that, right? I trust y'all, okay? Trust y'all to be at the cash register at 9. Hey, come on. Here we go. All right. Perfecto. What else do you need? Needs wheel to start fixing broken wheel, but the wheel looks great. But it looks perfect. There we go. And we're done. Sounds good, sir. Let us get some more car mirrors. Get a few more of these scratch removers. Nice. All right. I'm sorry that we're in the way. Listen, you need to just turn around. Exit the other direction. Oh my gosh. GTO is made by Pontiac. I was not aware of that. You've never heard of a GTO. Am I saying it right? I don't think I have ever heard of it. I don't know. I'm not a big car guy. I'm a little car guy. I'm just a little teeny tiny car guy. You could put me in you can fit me in any size of car. I'll just be a little bobblehead on your dashboard. I'm just a little car guy. You feel old? Don't feel old. Feel educated. Feel educated. I just don't know things. I don't know things. I'm not aware of them. All right. I think that this is going to be our last day in this game. It's been pretty fun. I like this game. It's good. It's good to like relax. It's a good relaxing game. You can kind of get into the flow of doing everything. But I don't know. We need some excitement. Maybe Stardew Valley. Maybe Stardew Valley tomorrow. We'll see. It was a muscle car when muscle cars were big. And then it turned into a derpy car. Pontiac has gone out of business. Can't imagine why. Because they didn't stick to their standards. Pontiac really went down the tubes. And you know exactly why. Oh my gosh. More car glitches. This game's a mess. Also, I think that it is, I think it's starting to leak memory or something. Because look at it. It's got like, its frame rates are going crazy. Sorry, I've been disappearing for the last couple of days. It's been crazy. I heard a little bit about that, Awkward. You take your time, friendo, and get stuff figured out. I'm sorry that things have been crazy. It's good to see you when we can, but don't stress yourself out, friend. You got a lot to take care of. You recently got Stardew and you're addicted? It's so much fun. Improved Alpaca is good. It's a good game. All right, gas station's closed, you guys. That was a good work day. It was a good work day, you guys. I'm proud of what we got accomplished. I'm proud. We got this whole place painted. We upgraded stuff over and over and over. It's looking good, you guys. We are great gas station owners, and y'all all make great gas station employees. Thank you so much for doing all all the work that you did. Wow. It's time to save. It's time to save in an empty slot. Bing, bing, boom. Complete challenges. Number 3. It looks pretty snazzy. Listen, those walls don't lie. That roof don't lie. Look at that big pink. But yeah, I need to close the game because it is leaking crazy. It's suffering. It's struggling big time. Oi, Ashley, how are you doing? Hey, yo, thank you for the 10 bits. I appreciate it. How are you doing? Thank you for the 10 doggos. Thank you so much. Nah. I'm trying to decide if we should play another game. What do you guys think? Y'all want to play a little bit of something else? We could play a little bit of Jump King. Could play a little bit of Getting Over It. Or maybe something else. I don't know. Maybe something else. We could play a little bonus game. It's getting late, but we could do a little short game of something. We could certainly get over it with Bennett Foddy. I think that we need to win 2 more times and then we get a golden pot. I'm pretty sure that it's only 2 more. Yeah, it says 48 out of 50. Do y'all want to get this gold pot? I say that we beat this game. We're so close. You change up the keys and play Spelunky? I could. Late, it's getting early. Oh, snap. Jason, it is, I suppose it is getting early for our European friendos. But yeah, if we get over it 2 more times, then we get that golden pot. Golden pot. Get the gold. Let's go. Let's get the gold. Here we go. Golden pot. We're going to go for gold. We just got to climb over 2 times. All right? 2 times. Let's do it. Let's get it done. Oh, look at you, Linz. Setting games. It almost worked. I think that I might have to give you another level. Let me see. How do I do this? Is it... So I think that I have to say level, and then I would do just another person like you. I'll remove that at. Just another person like you, and I think that 1500 is the max level. Huh. Oh, I'm at 500. 500 is too high. What is die at? He's 1,000. What the heck? How am I 500? How's my level so low? What? I should be maximum level. I should be the max level. Yeah, that's right. 1,500. All right, I'm just gonna fix it. Thank you, though. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Okay, I said it myself. Okay, well now I'm maximum level. Goodness gracious, I was a scrub. I was a scrub. Okay, turn up those sound effects. Let's climb over. We got 2 climbs, you guys. 2 climbs for glory. It doesn't matter the speed. We just have to win. We have to win twice, and then we get our golden pot. Going for gold. Here we go. We're going for gold, and my mouse feels weird. My mouse feels weird, but it ain't too bad. We're climbing over this big old mountain, so we won't be sad. Yahoo! Yahoo! Here we go. Oof. Oof. All right, now we got it. Oh my gosh. We should be able to go boing, boing. You can hook around this, but that's not very fast. We're gonna reset in just a second because this is a mess. What's going on? What's going on? Did I change my mouse settings again? It doesn't feel too bad. Just gotta get back in the swing of things. Back in the swing of this hammer. You definitely, I think I normally just bounce there, but you can make a big jump. 2 nights in a row breaking personal best. And now we get gold. What a combo. All right, there we go. How did the rest of the gas station sim go? It was pretty fun, Lex. I don't know if we're gonna play it again though. It's a little too chill. It's a little too chill. I mean, it's fun, but it's kind of glitchy and I don't know. It's a weird game. It's fun, but it's kind of a mess. Kind of a mess. Whoa! Kuya Cat with the Prime. Hey! Thank you so much for the Prime subscription. Hey!
Yeah, whole year. Wowza.
Wowza. A whole year. Yeah. Kuya Cat. Thank you for an entire year of big support. You've been giving me your Prime subscription for a whole year. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for choosing me. You could have picked anybody. You could have picked anybody. Thank you so much, Kuya, for picking me. I super appreciate the support. It's so sweet. I hope that you got a year's worth of content out of it. I hope that it was worth the full $100 Prime subscription. Gosh darn it. Come on. Again, thank you for all the hype in the chat. Let's go. Super duper. Thank you guys for hyping up Kuya Cat subscription. A whole year. That means that you get the beautiful rainbow. The rainbow squirrel. Hey, the rainbow squirrel's looking lovely. Yahoo! How'd you pick my favorite squirrel? How'd you know? Nice badge. Nice badge. Welcome to the Rainbow Squad. Rainbow Squad. Rainbow Squad. This hammer still feels weird, you guys. I don't like it. Something's wrong. I can feel it. Something's wrong. It might take a little while to warm up today, but we got to make it over twice, all right? I will not accept any excuses. There will be no excuses. There will be no complaints. There will be no questions. There will be no answers. There will be no wins. I mean, there will be wins. There'll be 2 wins. 2 of them. There'll be no extra wins. Oof. Oof. There will be no gold pot. Not until the end, anyway. All right, big boy on. The pot already looks crazy gold, to be honest. It already looks gold. Can we be honest for 5 seconds? Listen, take a look in the mirror. You're already perfect. No! Today's gonna be one of those days. I'm excited. One of the weirdest simulators that you recently found was dog feeding simulator. Couldn't they just call that dog simulator? Is it only feeding them? How complicated can feeding a dog be? That sounds like a joke game. That sounds like a joke game. I don't know if that counts. That's Nintendogs. Excuse me? I think that you misspelled Nintendogs. Dog simulator? Never heard of her. Simulator? I barely know her. Here we go. Oh! You have a time limit to feed your dog. You have to go quick. It's dog feeding speedrun.
If you don't feed that dog fast enough, they'll be hungry.
Hungry dog, no good. Hungry dog bites master. Oh, dang it. You have so many months until that rainbow squirrel. Well, it's not about the destination, awkward. It's about the journey. It's about the journey. Wahoo! Time limit to feed your dog. I guess that's kind of like real life, right? Real life dogs have a time limit for you to feed them. Oh, rest in peace, your Nintendog. Can they actually die in the game? That's not good. That's not good. I had a, in fact, I still have a Tomodachi. An original, like, little Tomodachi pet thing. The little keychains. But I don't think that I have any, I don't think any of them died. I think that I successfully let one go to space, and then I immediately turned it off, I'm pretty sure. Yahoo! Oh, Yahoo! No. Yes. Maybe so. I'm scared. I'm scared. Somebody hold my hand. Oh, no hands to hold. Hand holding in this economy? Disgusting. Get your filthy hands away from me. I know you're infected with cooties. Everybody's got the cooties now. Oh, hang on now. Boing. It's not just girls. Don't hold anybody's hands anymore. Yahoo. Yahoo. Here we go. Super Mario Climber. They call me Super Mario. Super Mario Climbing Star. Yahoo! Mario goes up the mountain and never comes back. Wahoo! How do you think he got to the Mario Galaxy? He climbed the mountain. Woo! Oh no, he fell down. Come on, Mario. Super Mario climbing. Oh, Super Mario Mountain. Mario Mountain? Oh, here we go. Oh, no. You know who should have played Mario? Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. Why don't they ask me to hire these people? Come on. You need a professional to hire these actors. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson as Mario. Luigi, played by Gwen Stefani. Oh, here we go. Okay, am I going to just take the slow route? Or am I taking the fast route down? No! I took the fast route. No! Oh. How would Kenny do us, Mario? I sound too young. I'd have to be Baby Mario. I could be Baby Mario in the new movie. In the upcoming movie, Mario Babies. I'd make a great baby. Hello! Kenny as Mario. Opes as Toad. Opes, it does do a perfect Toad impression. That's true. That's true. Yahoo! Let's go. Ah! Help! Lupus, welcome home. Welcome home. Welcome home. Also, it's Nunny. Oh my gosh. Late notification. I'm so sorry for being late today, you guys. I had to get some stuff done. I did my clothes today. And we had some slight problems. Some slight problems with the washing machine. But we made it, okay? We made it. Maybe tomorrow I can actually stream early. I did wake up early enough today, but stuff got in the way. Maybe nothing will get in the way tomorrow. Yay, clean clothes. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Yahoo! Yahoo! All right. And we're climbing. Climbing with the best of them. Yahoo! Come on. Hey, Dude Gamer, what's up? Dude Gamer, how are you doing? You mean the washing machine Garrett found? Well, both of them, yes. The washing machine Garrett found has some problems. We have a slight issue. Lots of free hair included. I regret to inform you. Also, there was a bug in the house. There was a bug in the house. Now, this is no longer an excuse for why I was late. But listen, there was a bug in the house, and I freaked the heck out. I climbed onto the counter. Like Golem. I tried to spray it to death with Windex, but it didn't stay alive. I mean, it didn't die. It didn't die. It stayed alive. It kept fighting. I crawled onto the counter to escape the kitchen. I had to escape. I got away. I freaked out. I hate bugs so much. I hate them so much, but then I remembered, oh yes, Arisa's going to be visiting soon. I have to be strong. I have to be strong for us both. What if a bug shows up and corners Arisa? I have to make sure that I'm strong enough to beat up bugs, so I killed it, you guys. I got up all of my courage and I finished off that bug. Ahsoka! Oh my gosh! Ahsoka, my clothes
so thankful I found this awesome community. There 5 heart there, 5
Hey, Ahsoka, thank you so much for the 5 months! 5 months could load a 4-month streak. Thank you so much for the prime. Oi, oi, oi. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the big support. Oh, yeah. You could have picked any streamer. Now, let's be honest. You wanted to give that sub to a streamer like Ludwig or... I can't remember her name right now. I don't know, some big streamer. But you passed it on to me. Ahsoka, I can't thank you enough. I can't thank you enough. Thank you so much. Mm-hmm. You're welcome to hang out anytime, sub or not. Sub or not, it's fun to hang out with you, Ahsoka. Let's go. Boyan, you don't like bugs, but I also don't want to kill them. That's the worst part. The worst part is killing them. They're disgusting. They're so gross, I don't even want to kill them. How's that make sense? I don't want to look at them. I don't want them to exist. I want to think about bugs and then for the bugs to disappear, to fall into a black hole or something. Killing them is disgusting. You hate dead bugs way more than live ones? Only for certain bugs. This was a roach, and roaches are disgusting no matter what, but I think I like them better dead. I think a dead roach is a good roach. Here we go. Catch and release? No way, not for roaches. Not a chance, not a chance. Those suckers deserve to burn in hell. Catch and release for spiders for sure. Or I kind of let spiders go. I don't really mind spiders. Spiders can be kind of cute. It depends on the spider. It's not like big spiders get into houses, to be honest. Like, I don't like banana spiders because they're too big. But, you know, spiders that get in your house aren't too bad. In my opinion, I'm not bothered much by them. Even some of the spiders are kind of cute. I like fluffy spiders. Fluffy spiders are one of them. There was a spider that was so small. It was like a little microscopic spider that was on my finger. And I just kind of flicked it gently away. Those spiders don't mean no harm. They don't mean no harm. They're just a little fluffy, tiny little thing. I was trying to describe how small the spider is. And it's so small that I can't even think of something that's that small. Like a sesame seed is what I landed on. Did you like the centipede I sent you? Linz, I've never seen one of those in my entire life, and I hate it with all my being. It's disgusting. I would catch and release that sucker myself. I would rather not kill it, because killing it seems even worse. Wow, that was kind of a speedrun moment. It was a little bit of a speedrun moment. Do you hate spiders? Me? Not really. Spiders are okay. I don't like venomous spiders though. There's loads of black widows from where I came from, so I don't like those. Don't like a black widow, but most spiders are all right. Big grass spiders can be kind of creepy. They can be kind of creepy, but kind of cool. Depends. I'm not gonna be sleeping anymore tonight. Jason, there's no bugs in your room. There's no bugs in your room. Your room's as clean as a whistle. As clean as a whistle. Not a creepy crawly in sight. Not a chance. Bugs don't even exist. I'm just talking about, like, historically speaking, you know? Whenever bugs did exist, they don't exist anymore, so don't even worry about it. Wow, that's a fast way to go. You got bit by a ladybug at the wedding. Shaking my head. You got bit by a love bug. Linz, who's the lucky fellow? Some bugs are pests that do more damage than good. Are you suggesting bug murder? Surely not. Surely not. I couldn't kill a bug no matter what they did to me. Oh, we climbed it, but we didn't make it sub 10. How embarrassing. All right, let's win this game, you guys. Let's win this game. That's right. That's right. We're going for it. For the golden pot. The final ascension. The final one. Here we go. The final climb. It's the final. You don't kill bugs unless they suck my blood. Once you steal my blood, then you die. You have stolen my most precious of all liquids. You have stolen my most precious liquid, and now you will die. I need it to live. No hard feelings, mosquito. I don't mind spiders, but then again, I've never stumbled on any big ones. Only little spiders for Taiyaki. Good stuff. Good stuff. Little baby spiders aren't too bad. They aren't too bad. But yes, there are some big nasties. There are some big nasties that are best avoided. Yahoo! 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 Let's go Super Mario climbing. Yahoo! Oh no, Mario. Oh no, Mario, up to the devil's chimney. Devil's chimney, nothing. The devil can't stop me. I've got the power of God and anime on my side. Wahoo! Mario, 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 Mario. Here we go. You like the shirt? My character's not wearing any shirt. I thought I fell. I looked at the chat because I thought that I fell. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, 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 ya boy. Ya boy's making mistakes. What is happening? What is happening? Did I get a instant replay on that one? Oh, you like the shirt in real life? Just Adidas. It's just random shirt. I'm glad that you like it. Ah! How rude. What did you say? How close am I to a fully golden pot? Next one. One more ascension. One more way to the top. We just got to get to the top one more time, and then we'll have a fully golden pot. Because it's 50 climbs. And we'll get the achievement. I know, rude. This mountain is highly rude. Not to be trusted. Listen, you guys, if y'all ever meet this mountain, I would say don't trust them. They're very, very rude. They disrespected my mother at my tea party. Whoops. I just fell, Calico, that's all. It was a big enough fall that I was like, let's just reset. It was run wrecking. It was a run wrecking fall. Oof. Oof. Yeah. I want a yacht. There we go. I want a yacht. How can I get a yacht? Can I Google that? How to get yacht quick. Quick yacht with one quick tip. Steal. Steal. No. Get up there, bud. Get up there, bud. Boing. Boyan. Boyan. Whoa. Big jump. Uh-oh. Mistake. Mistake. Sleepy time. Y'all have fun. Sounds good. Anne, get some rest. It was nice to hang out with you, Anne. Anne, get out of here. Go to bed. Go to bed. Ooh, and say goodnight to Mango for us. Mango is Anne's pet shork. Oh, that was pretty good. We swinging. Whoa. Yahoo. We do be bouncing about. Here we go. I just heard a weird noise. Might have been Garrett. Garrett does make weird noises. He's always talking to me, saying words and stuff. I don't understand any of them. You got a gift sub to the Lego builder from Saturday. Aw, he was a nice guy. He's a nice guy. I'm glad that we rated that bean. He's a good fella, it seems. He seems like a nice enough fella. There we go. Lego builder. What a chump. What a nerd. Building Legos on Twitch. Disgusting. No. Let me up. Eventually, I'm just going to have to give in, you guys. Eventually, I'm going to give in, and I'm just going to have to beat this mountain. But at the moment, I'm like practicing technique, getting better, honing my skills. My skills. What do you mean? I got nunchuck skills. I got computer hacking skills. I got getting over it skills. Girls only like guys with great skills. Nobody cared about me until I got into the pot. Until I entered the pot. What'd you say? Sleeping Dogfish is playing Kenna Bridge of Spirits right now. I already played that. That's a good game. That's a good game. Dogfish is behind. He better hurry up. He better hurry up if he wants to catch up with me. Here we go. Come on now. Yeah, Kenna's big fun. I'd like to play another game like Kenna sometime. But there's nothing like it. There we go. You have Lego building skills, do I? How do you define Lego building skills? I think I have Lego building patience, that's for sure. I have the patience to sit there for hours and hours. Seriously, I found at the bottom of my... What? What'd you find? What did Callie find? A ladybug. You found a ladybug in your sock drawer. They were just wanting to be friendly. They were just trying to be neighborly. All these bugs are just trying to get close to us, you guys. We hate them being in our homes, but all they want is companionship. I can't believe that we treat bugs like this. Ruined t-shirt. Ladybug ruined your t-shirt. Top 10 ways to ruin your t-shirt quick. Get a ladybug to pee on your shirt. Whoops. Hang on. They don't pay rent. Lindsay, you telling me? Well, I guess you probably do pay your parents' rent. I actually did pay my parents' rent too. Shaking my head. Can't believe it. Monetizing children? Since when? Since when? Listen, whenever parents are having kids, they just see dollar signs in their eyes. They're like, free renters, yay! Yay! We've got at least a few years of renting. What a deal. Money, money, money. Your mom made you pay rent? I think that lots of parents do. It seems relatively sensible. I did it again. Mistakes. Fool. A fool, I tell you. You guys, I think that I should be fired. I should be fired as head climber. Because I keep making the same mistakes. It's those slippy rocks. What can I say? What can I say? I like slipping. I like slipping and dipping. It's not my problem, okay? I'm trying. You're gonna try to stick it out till the end. Oh, what? Don't stick it out till the end. Kareem! We'll see you later. Kareem, get some rest. It was great to hang out with you, friendo. Hooray! Hooray, good stuff. Oi! I hope you had a fantastic time. It was good to be with you, Kareem. Hooray! Wow. Wow, 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 wow. My goal is to stream more than y'all can take. My goal is to stream so much that you get tired of me and that you never come back. Yeah. Whoa! No, don't fall! Live! Yes, live forever. Yahoo! All right. Yahoo! Super crap! Super crap, the movie. Here it comes. Ah! Live! Live! Stop! Stop dying! Only live! No! No! Dang it! No! Sad. Sad. Please. One emote equals one prayer. Yeah. Come on, no! Get up there. Come on. Here we go. Now we're doing it. Whoa. There you go. Forgot to add earlier that I don't live with them anymore. Who? Your dad said that you have a running tab. Dad. And you don't live with them anymore. Are you on your own? Kuya Cat? Are you on your own? Nice. Nice. It's nice to have a place of your very own. I hope you're enjoying it. Yahoo! Thank you, Jason, for the prayers. It looks kind of like laughter, but I know that you meant them as prayers. I'm sure that you just misclicked. Thank you, Linz, for the... Oh, frick. That was close. Wow, you guys, I almost fell off the edge. You're a responsible adult with a home now. How dare you? Don't insult all of our sweet people in chat that don't have their own home. But yes, I'm glad that you got your own house. Nice. You can definitely be a responsible adult while living with your parents, but it is certainly nice. It's a goal. It's a goal. Frick! Oh! Yeah! Recovery! Recovery by Eminem. Worst album? Question mark? I don't know. Come on now. All right. We're going to make it up, you guys. I just want to get this golden pot. And I want to live forever in infamy. I have given up being famous. I have decided to be infamous. You know, whatever I can do. You want to buy a home soon? You're saving to buy a house. What the heck? Linz, so ambitious. So ambitious indeed. Your own home. That's a big step. I don't think that I'll ever own a house. Linz, you will forever be more of an adult than I am. Have you ever seen The Three Amigos? Did I? Yes, I just referenced it, didn't I? I mean, not exactly. He's not. He's so famous that he's infamous. How can you tell if it's a male plane, Calico? Just kidding. Don't answer that. That's a good movie. My mom loves that movie. Here we go. Let's go. Oh, hang on. Yeah. Yeah, here we go. Oh, made a slight mistake. Here we go. You love that movie? It's good. It's very funny. I like a good Steve Martin. I like a good Steve Martin movie. He's a funny fella. He's a funny fella and sure beats the heck out of Cheaper by the Dozen. All right, last climb. Here we go. The final ice. The final ice. Epic. An epic climb. I hope that we really suffer. Because I want y'all to really feel it. I want y'all to feel it. Here we go. Now to the flailing. To the flailing. To the top. Kenny, ride the snake. Dang it, I missed it. I missed it. I'm so sorry. I missed the snake. I wanted to ride the snake for my final thing, you guys. I wanted to ride it for the final thing. The final one. The final ascent. But I missed the snake. Now we got to make it back up there and then get on the snake. Now we got to do it twice. Ay. My mistake, you guys. I just made this run a whole lot more painful. Get back up there and do it again. Yeah, I got to do it again. I got to ride the snake, you guys. For our 50th climb. The inaugural 50th climb. We got to do it. We got to do it, you guys. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but it has to be done. Here we go. We're going to climb up there. But this time I'm going to be doing it perfectly, of course. No mistakes. Starting now. That was not a mistake. That was just a calculated assault on the physics of this game. Here we go. Sliding. Boing, boing. Here we go. You know, I've never ridden the snake before. Not a single time. Not a single time. It'd be a real banger of a decision here. Yahoo. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. No. Let me up. There we go. Yahoo. Yahoo. All right. Up we go to the snake. To the snake. Now I can see what riding the snake really looks like. All right. Over to Chimney. Chimney crickets. Oh. Fine. Fine, I'll use a boost. Okay, then over here. Did you beat Hades last night? I did. I did with the Stygian Blade. We used the Stygian Blade with a King Arthur's weapon aspect, which is the first time that I've beaten the game with a weapon aspect enabled. And it unlocked a few things that were a little unexpected. But yeah, we beat it that last time. Oh, it was pretty hyped. Dang it. That was silly. That was a silly mistake, you guys. My bad. We almost made it up to the snake too. I kind of botched that. I botched that little Christmas ball. Here we go. Somehow I fell asleep in a few minutes. I heard that he beat it and woke up right during the raid. Oh my goodness. I'm glad that you got some sleep. Hooray for Jedi getting a little bit of sleep. Hooray. Good for you, Jedi. It was late. Yeah, streams have been weird, you guys. I've been all over the place. If you can't tell, I'm a mess. I might have to take a small break in October at some point. I don't know when, though. Because I'm already taking a break in November, so I kind of feel bad about taking a break right now. Might have to take a couple days. Because I've been weird. I've been weird. I've been happy, but I've been weird. Streams have been strange, but, you know, we vibing. And boing. Ah, no! Ay, 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 ay. Oof. Ah, nice. How often do you take juggle breaks? I think that one of my mods might have paused them. Totally is nunny, but I can do a juggle break after we get to the top if you want. I'll even do it for free. This one's for free. And if I get like super frustrated at this game, I'll also take a little bit of a break. But I should be good. Oh, that was dumb. All right, here we go. See, we're supposed to do that, and then we're supposed to pogo across on both of these. Oh, I just did the same thing. Ah, it's too bad. That's too bad. I made another mistake. Yeah, we might take a juggle break after we ride the snake. Well, I think that we'll ride the snake. I'll do a quick juggle break. Yeah, I'm making a mess with these snow lumps. I need to be snow careful whenever I get up there. All right. Oh, almost missed it. Almost fell off. Boing. Oh, that was a little hasty. That was a little hasty. I wish that we could take that hat all the way to the top. Boing. Next game that I'm supposed to defeat, some Jump King. I don't know if we'll do all Jump King on stream. I think that I might practice a bit of Jump King off stream. And then we can come back whenever I'm like getting closer to the top, so that we can build up the drama. For the drama! All right, now check this out. You ready? Here we go, you guys. Here we go. You ready to ride the snake? This is what happens if you're swinging this way and you accidentally hook. What happens? What happens if you ride the snake? Oh no, oh no, I'm falling. Back to the beginning. Take a look. Look at you, really back at the beginning. Whee! I know, what a ride. What a ride. That's the first time I've ever ridden the snake. After 50 wins and 27 hours of playing this game, that's the first time that I've ever made that quote-unquote mistake. Obviously, that wasn't a mistake, but that's the first time that I've ever done that. Nice. Nice. I warned you. Oh, I knew what it would do. I knew what it did. I just hadn't done it before. That was a fun slide down. That's a satisfying slide. And I guess it's at a tricky spot. I think that by the time that I got up to where the snake was, I had already practiced that special jump. That's, what's it called? Slide skip? I'd already practiced slide skip by the time that we made it to the snake. So oh frick. So I had already developed the skills to avoid the snake. That's my theory. That's the running theory. That's why I told Darren whenever he was trying to win, I was like, learn slide skip because it teaches you, it teaches your body the skills that you need to avoid lots of messes up there. Oh. Come on. Ow! Let me up. I will not take no for an answer. We are climbing over for the 50th time. Hey! Here we go. Ah, crap. Did we get a clip of that snake? I want to watch that later. Snake's fun. I'm sure that it's not fun if you don't do it on purpose. That's for sure. Oh, yeah, I was meant to pause for a juggle break. That's true. That's true. I'll do it real quick, okay? Here, I'll do some quick juggling, okay? Ah! Okay. Pretty fun. Pretty fun. Let's see. What'd you say? I don't think that we get the snack. What'd you say? I don't know about what. I don't know about you, but watching this is therapeutic. Ah! Ah! It rolled away. It rolled away. Let's switch juggling balls. Here we go. We're gonna switch them. Oh, in fact, that'd be practice just for fun. With this. All right. We're just 2. Whoa. 2 is extremely difficult for me. Almost hit my coffee cup. Almost hit it again. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. Ah. All right, just a little bit, just a little bit, just a little bit. Just a little bit. All right. Anyway, let's continue the climb. Here we go. Here we go. Let's get going. Up we go. Yahoo! Nice. Nice break. Thanks, Isnunny, for the suggestion. I say. And to be 200% honest, my phone is muted, so it's all visual. Mert can't even hear me. Mert doesn't even know what I'm saying. To be honest, the game's even more relaxing. Oh, here we go. Oh, come on now. Hey, nice hops. All right, now we just gotta conquer this thing for the 50th time. Here we go. Number 50. We got this one in the bag. There's no way that I'm quitting. We got this one. Whoa, let's go. Super Mario. Oh, hang on. We gotta stop with that backhand. Let's sit up here for a second and think about our sins. Yes, many of them, many sins. And now we shall continue the climb. And now you can see some smooth jazz. Continuing the climb, up he goes. This is climb number 50. 49 climbs down and only one more to go. The final achievement. It's just about here. Another smooth looking climb. Thanks very much for tuning in and climbing with us here on twitch.tv/the Earl of Suds. All right. That's definitely the slow way to go, but it's a little safer. And I keep making mistakes there, so I'm not taking any chances. I'm not taking any chances. This guy has been a mess. Boing. Boing. Yes. Split. What was that? Excuse me. There we go. That's the money. That's right on the money. Mm-hmm. Whoa! Let's go. Super Mario. Mm-hmm. Up we go. All right, big boing. Ooh, yeah, and the hat's already out of the way. Yeah. Da 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 da. Whoops. Goopsies, my bad. Oof. Oof. No. Let's go. Super jumpies. Ah. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Oof. Let's go. No. Okay, I should stop being so, yeah, I should stop. You hate that some people think that self-care is selfish. That's an interesting thing. I mean, if we're only thinking of selfishness as a negative thing, yeah. then no, it's not selfish. But I don't think it's wrong to be selfish. I think that people demonize quote-unquote selfishness whenever everybody thinks of themselves. I think that it's okay to think of yourself. I think it's okay to do what's good for you. I think that there should be a limit to it, but I don't think that selfishness is really a bad thing. Greed is not selfishness. Yeah, thinking of yourself, taking care of yourself, and doing what you need to do is totally what you should do. You should take care of yourself, whatever that means, and not really worry too much about who that affects. Like, you can't be living your life for others, you know? You gotta live your life for yourself. You gotta live your life taking care of yourself, doing your best for yourself. Sure, there's gonna be people that you care about and that care about you, but you can't live your life for other people. You gotta live your life for you and do what's best for you. You can't be thinking of other people all the time. Yeah, come on now. Come on now. Come on now, let's giddy up. Yeah, you gotta do what's right for you, you guys. Don't ever think that you need to live for somebody else or do what other people want you to do. You're not living for your parents. You're not living for your significant other. You gotta live for yourself and do what's good for you. Ooh, here we go. Let's go. Oh, come on. Let's go. Oh, we got this. No! No, stop. Yeah, I mean, if you're loving other people just to help fill some deficiency that you have inside that you should deal with, if you're being loving to other people just so that you feel better, yeah, that is kind of selfish. And not in a good way. Only way to truly love other people is if you love yourself. You gotta love yourself first. Otherwise, it's kind of selfish if you think about it. Come on now. Come on now. Let me up on here. We got 50. This is 50 climbs. 50 climbs. Let's make a big leap. Big leap. Boing. We about to... Oh, give me that planet. Give me that planet. What do you do to... If you want the whole solar system to have a party, there's only one thing to do. Planet. Go, 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 go. That's 50 climbs. 50 done. A 20-minute climb. Wow. 2 snake rides. 2 rides on the snake. Obscene. Obscene double snake riding. Hey, there we go. Big 50. Big 50. Whee! We made it to the top. We did it. We made it to 50. What are we going to do now? Can we get like a perfect spin right now? Boom. Still unlucky. Wow. So if I close this, do I get my achievement? Do I get the achievement for 50 climbs? There it is. So over it. Reach the top of the mountain 50 times. Big brain. Big brain mode activated. Also, yeah. So what are the statistics for doing this? What are the statistics? It says 7% of all players made it to the top of the mountain. 5% of all players made it twice up. And 1.8% of all players made it up the mountain 50 times. Wow. Is that considered a... Yeah, that's considered a rare achievement. Because it's all sparkly? It's all sparkly. Also, unfortunately, we have ruined... We ruined our funny number. We ruined the funny number of perfect games. Dang it. Now it's 70. No longer funny. Dang it. We got another 100%ed game. But that means that there are now 70 perfect games. Our funny 69 is all bye-bye because we finished it. We finished it 100%. With 28 hours. No more noise. Shaking my head. All right, let's take a look at that golden pot. Let's take a look at that golden pot. Were all of our efforts worth it? We're about to find out. We're about to find out if all of our effort was worth it. All of this time, toil, struggle, pain, sadness. I cried 3 times. This is the golden pot. This is it. It looks exactly the same. It's exactly the same. It's the same old thing. There is some art that I just saw that shows like the multiple colors, right? I know, it looks the same. It really does. It's what is the golden thing look like? Let me see. Is that a guide that I was looking at? I think I might have been looking at a guide. Let's see. How to get over it. Tips and tricks. Top rated. Most of these are baloney. Golden bucket visual guide. Yeah, here's the visual guide. You can barely see it from here, but yep, it's pretty much the same. It looks like you really notice between 1% and maybe 38. Yeah, about 1 to 38. It looks pretty significant, but I mean, you cannot tell the difference between 42 up. Yeah, 42 up, they all look the same, but that's fine. Yeah, I wish that they wouldn't make it change until 50. Make it dramatic. That's what I thought it was. Yeah, it'd be fun if they made it golden and then at the end it like turned platinum, or it started shining or something, had like a particle effect. But I mean, whatever. Let's be honest. It's a game about a guy sitting in a pot shirtless with swinging a hammer. Like, what are we expecting? What are we expecting? A gold award? A special reward? Do we expect 50 to really mean anything? Let's be honest. What does it do at 100? Nothing. Nothing. It doesn't do anything. 50's it. 50 is the only thing that you're supposed to really aim for. The only thing that I have to aim for now is trying to make it sub 5. But who knows if I'm actually going to do that. If I'm being honest, we made it over 50 times. I'm ready to beat Jump Guy. I'm ready to beat Jump King. Let's go up. Wait a second. Boing. Hang on. We can make it back. Yahoo. Oops. Boing. They should have chromed it. That would have been cool. I agree. What? Taiyaki-san? It hasn't even showed up. Oh! I paused my alerts. There it is. Taiyaki-san. Oh my god. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate it. Hey, Taiyaki-san, thank you so much. Starless Cass got one. That's so sweet. That's Cass. Cass is a good bean. A sweet bean. Awesome sauce. Land fork waifu for the win. Oi, oi, oi. Thank you so much, Taiyaki. Can we get some hype in the chat for the big 5 gifted subs? Taiyaki-san, you didn't have to do that. You didn't have to do that, but it was so sweet that you did. And now I'm going to jump in a river out of joy. Hooray! Rip. Oh no, the gold sinks just as much as the other one. Hang on, hang on. I want to jump as far as I can. Here we go. Whoa, big leap. Big leap. Oh boy, what a way to end with some hype. 50 climbs. 50 climbs, some hype in the chat. We got to play some gas station simulator, and I don't know what the heck we're going to do tomorrow. Maybe we'll play some Stardew and check up on our village. Maybe we will check up on all of our cutie animals, and we'll see how they're doing. We have a lot of cute ones like Ketchup the Duck, and I think Mustard the Duck. I can't remember. You got to go? Yes, yes. Get some rest, Ahsoka. We're going to head out. We're going to head out. I hope that y'all enjoyed the madness. Thanks for hanging out with me and giving me some company while we beat this game and while we played some gas station simulator. It was fun. I love you all. Thanks very much for being here. Big fun, big fun, big fun. I enjoyed both of the games. I hope that y'all did too. We should go say hi to a friendo. Let's raid. Let's raid a sweet bean. Some sweet bean that we know. Poor Dogfish looks like he's having technical difficulties. Shaking my head. I only noticed because he's at like 0 viewers, so that just means that his stream got reset or something. Ay, shaking my internet. Somebody ought to slap this internet. Somebody slap this internet in the face. So rude. Okay, so let's go. Yeah, let's go raid. Let's say maybe. Oh, I don't know. What do y'all want to watch? We could go to we go to somebody. Let's see. Didn't show him live. I know. I think that his internet just went out for some reason. He said he's back up now. Nice, nice. Yo, Dad, thank you so much for the raid. So cool for you to bring your friends over here. We should play some DayZ. I think I'm gonna jump on some games after this, for surezies. But yeah, Dad, thanks so much for bringing your friends over here. I really appreciate it. And you chilling with us? Aw, yeah. Dad's the best. I love Dad. Let's see. Who do we wanna run into? What do y'all think about, let's see if anybody else is playing Getting Over It. I'm back to lose my mind. Not stopping until I'm over this mountain. I wonder if we should raid somebody that's trying to get over it. Suffering, question mark? There's no way for me to assure that these people are family friendly, but we could raid somebody trying to get over it so that now that we've done 50... Now that we just climbed over it the 50th time, we can watch somebody that can't even climb any of it. That sounds really funny to me. If y'all want to watch, let me see. This person is not even able to make it over this pipe. They are trying their best. They are trying their best. I say that we go raid this person. I don't know if they're family friendly, so fair warning, everybody. If you don't want to take a chance, then don't come through with this raid. I say that we're just gonna raid the person that's right behind me in the thing. It looks like they kind of know what they're doing, but I don't know. They're probably. Are you gonna give them pointers? No, I'm just gonna watch. I'm not gonna tease them either. I'm just gonna watch it because I enjoy it very much. But yeah, we'll raid this person and we'll say we're gonna say just get over it. How about that? Or maybe we can say climb. Let's say climb. You got this. How about that? That's way better. Climb. You got this. Hey, we can hop over it if y'all want to watch like a minute of somebody who's playing it for the first time. Let's go say hi. They're way at the bottom of the mountain. They're probably not going to make it over tonight because for anybody that doesn't know, definitely you have to take a break from this game. You 100% cannot beat it on your first try. It's not possible. Not possible. I don't even know if anybody's ever done that. Maybe if they like went for a ridiculous amount of hours or played a very similar game, but your muscles have to get like used to the memory. You have to get the muscle memory to do it. So there's no way they're going to make it over it, but we'll go say hi to them anyway. Who knows? They might be a good bean, but like I said, it's your own neck that you're risking. Okay, they probably use bad language because everybody does. But yeah, let's give them a raid. Go say hi to them, and I will see you guys tomorrow. I love y'all all very much. We'll play some new games, or play something good. Okay, I'll see y'all there. Okay, deal. All right, deal. Let's go say hi to this person doing some climbing. Rin Theory is their name. They're just the person that's right behind me. They're doing their best to climb. I'm down to watch some suffering right now. And yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Much love. Thank you so much, Linz, for watching over the chat. Thank you, Jedi. Thank you very much to Alchemic and to Arisa, who weren't here tonight. But also thank you to Dai, who is gone right now. Thank you so much, mods, for watching over the chat and for shushing up those hotspots. I had to shut that sucker off. That's why the Tayaki's thing didn't show up immediately. Thank you again, Tayaki, for the gifted subs at the end. And yeah, if we ever see a hotspot, 100% ignore, ban. I'll turn off my activity feed if it gets annoying. OT, I didn't know that you were here. Hi, bye. Much love, OT. I hope that you're taking care of yourself. Take care of yourself, you sweet bean. You deserve the best. Oh, wow. And also, thank you to the VIPs, Calico, Celestial, Lime Meringue, Lupus, Malice, Oafs, and One Topic. Also, Tayaki-san. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you again for the raid, Dad Wrestler. I'm going to go play some games and go get some dinner. Take care of yourselves, and I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Bye-bye. Love you all. See you later. Bye-bye. It's Nunny. It was good to hang out with you. Random Mouse. Thanks for being here. Bye-bye. Improved Alpaca. King of Squirrel. Bye-bye. See you later, Lupus. Get some rest after your big day, okay? You don't overwork yourself now. None of y'all do that, okay? No overworking. I'll see y'all later. Much love. Bye-bye. Get out of here. All right. And thanks for watching the videos. I hope you had a wonderful time. He looked directly into the camera.